a daily special?
Yeah, of course. We've got some fish stew, fresh made, delicious.
Is it local fish?
Absolutely, wouldn't have it any other way. We are surrounded on all sides by ocean here.
That sounds so wonderful. I'll take a bowl.
Amazing.
Do
Anything
you have
else?
any?
Go ahead.
Do you have any bread rolls? I think I might have to go for the fish stew along with some bread rolls on the side.
Absolutely. How many bread rolls were you thinking?
Maybe like one or two here, and maybe like three. Maybe three. And keep an extra one for the road.
3 bread rolls and 2 soups. Yes?
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else?
That would
Wonderful.
be
I'll get
all.
those going. Oh, yes.
Do you have a really big bread roll that we could make into a bowl and put the soup inside?
That is not a request that we get very often, but let me go back in the kitchen and see if we can't make something like that happen. Give me just a few. This is a great time to describe yourselves.
One could say that, in fact. And he's wearing a kind of like a really complicated. I still don't know how to explain this contraption that he's wearing around his waist, but it's as if like he's got like a lot of blankets around his waist. He is wearing pants.
It should be stated.
It should be stated that he is wearing pants.
So, you see the Amber Dragonborn making her way out, again bustling through all of the patrons with a couple of bowls of soup and some rather large rolls. One particularly stands out above the rest, and 3 smaller ones all around. And she comes up to Windchime and Edward and sets down the food and says to Windchime, I got the biggest roll I could find back there. I hope this tickles your fancy.
Oh,
You
yes.
see, about the size of a small plate is the roll. You see on the top, there's like a little bit of butter kind of dripping off. It's already melted, like there's no pad on top. It's just, you can see the glisten from the heat.
Thank you so much.
Most gracious thanks to you.
Alrighty, folks. Are you paying together or separate?
Man, it feels weird to be around you when you're looking so fashionable.
I kind of Cheem kind of shoots a you need to follow along kind of glance, like, what are you talking about? This is how I always dress.
No, yes, of course. That's not. It's just in public. It's a little. It's hard to compete with. I hope you understand.
Nonsense. You look fantastic as you do now.
I flex my muscles. I thank you.
Go ahead.
Roll her performance.
You see some onlookers kind of like giving you the side eye, like, "Ooh, damn!" Ooh. And attending other tables, you see Zafria like smiling to herself.
You're going to see Miles nudge Prom a little bit and go, I think somebody's trying to show you up, friend.
You're gonna see Brom look over, and he's gonna, and you're just gonna watch him like stare Like not in the not in like a impressed look, like a what the hell is that thing look.
Oh, Jesus.
Gross. That's kind of rude. Not gonna lie. Feeling a lot of hostility.
Again, not aggressive, like almost like curiosity, like he's never seen a genasi before.
And as they're shaking, Miles will look at you. Rest assured, we will get you back what you have lost. This I can promise. I'm not sure how we will do it. Okay, well, legally we will do it, I should say. I don't think we should really do anything hasty, but
Of course, I would never
if there's a
consider.
will, there's a way, my friend.
It's good. If you haven't tried already.
I will certainly do so. Thank you, my friend, for the drink. Next time, it's on me.
As you
Cheers.
take a drink, go ahead.
No.
As you take a drink, Miles, you notice that it's fucking garbage. It's trash ale. It if you ever like have a bag of trash that for some reason just starts leaking.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
that would probably taste better.
Oh.
God.
It burns.
That's
It
gross.
Miles will
burns
take
a
a-
little bit, but it's clearly alcohol.
Yes.
Whoever's in this
I'll
bottle
spit a
is
little up
trying
on the
to mimic
floor.
a sack of leaky garbage juice.
Yes.
I'll-
Gut rot, my
I'll-
favorite.
I'll try not.
I'm really glad.
You know-
I'm really glad Animal got water.
You'll see me kind of like trying to not spit the whole amount up, and it's a very, very hard swallow, and I go, oh, pardon me. I was hoping for a local specialty. Oh, what is this? This is worse than anything I've had traveling on the roads.
It's Coors
The
Light.
LaCroix.
the bartender
Right.
looks at you and just kind of glares and shrugs and goes back to wiping out a glass.
Oh, I guess I'm busy too then.
Like goddamn sass.
Well, I imagine my soup is running through my the bottom of my bowl.
Absolutely. This is not a thick bread. As you go in, you kind of tear out the core and eat the center of your bread, and you pour the soup into this makeshift bread bowl.
By the time you eat out the center of your bread, you're full.
After just probably a minute or two, and especially with the spoon that you keep kind of digging in there just a little bit too far, it's all soaking in. It's soaking in so much. If you were to try to pick up the bread bowl right now, your soup would just fall right off the bottom.
It would just splash.
Oh no! I had work to do.
I mean, out of all the ideas you've had so far, I think this one might be your most stupid one yet.
She sets him down at the bar and gives a nod to the bartender, who does such. She makes her way over to you, Inchime. How's everything working out for you?
I need a bowl.
At this time, Miles and Brom will be walking up, and we'll be kind of looking down. We'll be going, oh, hopefully they didn't give her the counter treatment either.
Oh, she's just a very messy eater. Don't mind my friend over here.
Oh, oh my. Well, my apologies for interrupting your dinner then.
Oh, no. My apologies.
I'm not a messy eater. I use silverware.
I'm gonna, look down at this giant pile of soup sort of slowly welling on the surface of the table as it's leaking through the bread.
There are breadcrumbs everywhere, by the way,
I
from when
reckon
she
you can
tore out.
scrape that off with a spoon, can you?
Rob's also gonna look at her incredulously and like, with those manners, you could afford to eat off silver.
Miles will look around and say, well, I hope we're not intruding, but are these seats taken? May we join you?
Of course. Sit down right here next to us. Be fine.
Was
That'd be fine.
soup on the
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite make out what you said.
Be careful about the soup that's spilling on the table.
Oh, trust me. Apparently the local favorite isn't none too crazy either. Apparently it tastes better from off of the counter.
The Dragonborn says the local favorite. Well, that's the Palma Flora, not that shit up there.
What was that shit up there?
Doesn't have a name. It's the cheapest we got, though.
Ugh. Remind me next time to just drink the damn mop water.
Why would anyone want to pay money in order to emulate their own stomach?
She thumps Miles on the chest. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
She said he throws it. All right.
Oh,
So
18.
you see her tail kind of flick up behind her to give you a tap just as everybody else does, but you kind of step back and stretch, avoiding it as if it was all completely natural, and sit down at the table, flashing her quite the smile.
Very quick, my dear.
You see little fingers of flame kind of sneak in between her teeth as she says, I'm gonna go get that bowl. Just a second. And she storms off.
Please be quick.
Oof, apparently I've made some great friends here today so far.
I'm eating my soup as fast as I can.
It's not long before she returns with a dish. It's kind of a bowl, but it's really more of like a deep set plate. And yet you're able to like take and kind of like scoop the remnants of your bread bowl and stew into off the edge of the table.
I was gonna say, I'd like to imagine that the bread bowl is like breaking as she's scooping it off
Yes,
the table.
absolutely.
I'm gonna
Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm gonna look and just sitting in the corner, looking with like mild disgust and intrigue as to I can't look like this is gross and disgusting, and the soup is spilling all over the place. But at the same time, I can't look away. Type of look. I look at
haven't grabbed his name, but I look at the gentleman here staring at this scene of the soup of being lost control of. I go, is this how she usually eats?
I'm gonna go with yes.
Roll a deception check.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh my
Funny.
god!
That's absolutely how she eats.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look in horror. I understand being hungry, but
Chi-
I don't
Chi-
even care if that's true. That's just gold right there.
I learned this pretty early. Try not to think about it. The more you think about it, the more it hits your brain.
Chim Liam turns around with the commotion that's going on behind him, and he says, "Listen, good soup is good soup, albeit from anybody else the way they want to eat it."
Oh, and are you telling me bad alcohol is bad alcohol, so we should drink it the way that it should be drank?
In that case, I'm just saying that everybody has their own tastes.
Finally, Animo kind of looks around the shoulder. People eat the way that they eat. Why is this even a discussion?
See, you
I
eat.
have a question.
Waving down the waitress, you see her sigh and make her way back over. Yes.
Oh, I know I'm your favorite customer already, and we've just met.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see him take a gold piece and fumble it around and go, "Can I have one of those wonderful specialty drinks that you had mentioned earlier? And please, none of that rubbish up on the shelf."
Well, honestly, the best place to get one of those, and you see like people like carrying them around, and just like before, it's just around the corner out one of the stalls. They sell them there.
Oh, I see. But
Advertising.
what have you got for specialties? I'm sure you have something than what I was served earlier. At least I would hope.
Elderberry wine. We've got a variety of wines. We've got a plum wine.
From the mention of elderberry wine, Chim Liam will kind of raise his glass as if to demonstrate the wine. This is in fact that wine.
Wine is a terrible, terrible thing. I am okay. Thank you, though.
We've
I
got
guess
some
I'll have what
mead.
my friend had.
Which friend?
Oh, I'm sorry. My friend Brom here.
He had the cheap stuff.
Oh. Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, he snugs the gold back in his pocket. I guess perhaps I'm good. My name is Miles, and as you can tell, I'm evidently trouble in these parts.
I'm Windchime.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm Brom.
Well, I know who you are, my friend.
I'm yeah, I'm gonna go bright red, as if I was just like joining in out of habit on the introductions.
Chim is going to say, "It's quite all right. I did not know your name.
Same.
I myself and my name is Chim Liam, but you may call me Chim."
Oh, okay.
Chim. Chim.
Chim.
Chim. Chim.
Just watching his friend repeat his name over and over again. My eyes narrow again. Like
I'm sorry. It's just such a beautiful name.
I was going to say, I love the fact that he's not introducing himself, and he's just saying,
my name is Animo.
Ah, pleasure to meet you, Animal.
Yeah, I've been taking Edward under my wings and showing him the wide world, making sure he's safe.
And
I'm gonna roll my
also,
eyes
and
a little bit.
also showing him new eating habits.
Perhaps she could be wise, but she's not particularly wise in that department.
I mean, I'm not judging on how somebody eats.
It was, I promise you, I don't really usually normally eat like this. It's just the bowl is really messy.
I've just traveled many lands and never seen anybody eat that way before. I'm astonished and amazed, but very confused.
It's
Well, that explains why you may not have seen as many lands as you think you have.
I have
Oh,
seen
dear.
it once or twice, but typically the bread that this particular bread bowl is made out of is a little thicker to hold the soup better. Not bashing on this tavern's fantastic bread in any way. Breads are just made differently.
Oh, bread's better than the top shelf, whatever the hell that was up there.
But maybe it's just the wrong
shoot
kind
stuff.
of bread.
That could be as well.
Here's what
Excuse
we'll
me.
do. We'll find really good bread. We'll put soup in it, and then you guys can see how great of a eating this can be.
How
I
great
don't
of
know,
an
according
eating this
to-
can be.
According to your
It's our
friends,
word.
you're usually that messy.
Well, that's just not true. My mom raised
He was
me
pretty convincing.
Is that a deception or a persuasion?
for me
Yeah.
persuasion.
Okay, go ahead and roll a persuasion check. You have to be a 20, but go for it.
You have to be a
Oh my god!
I override her roll with a portent die.
You can.
Oh well, too late now.
Uh,
Not enough.
I'm just gonna look at her, and the only word that's gonna come out of my mouth is, "Sure." I'm like 5 drinks in, right? Like 3 drinks before, 2 drinks while you guys have been watching. And I'm going to try some of this.
You try it. It's definitely floral in nature. There's definitely this almost like perfume like taste to it. Like think of rose water.
Yes,
And
Troy.
it's strong though. As you take a spoonful, of course it's on the bottom. Most of the alcohol has kind of settles down through the ice, and as you take a spoonful, it's strong. It's strong. You have to roll a Constitution saving throw because you have been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
I will whisper to Moonzik, isn't it kind of early for this?
Moonzik
The man's had a hard day.
Moonzik as Cheem will look back at him and kind of like spin the glass in such a way that the wine twirls.
You do such. Brom, you notice. Wow, yeah, that's fucking delicious. That's probably one of the most elegant things you've tasted in your entire life. In fact, it actually comes as a little shock to your system about like how good it tasted. Just even after you take your bite, you can feel it in your mouth still. There's a slight zing, but it's all covered up by this like syrupy, thick floral scent taste. It's very good.
Oh, the lords above! That is amazing. I have never tasted a drink or eaten a food as delicious. Please, may I have some more? and he'll
Please,
like
sir.
bow he'll bow his head a little bit.
Oh no.
Overcome. Like, he normally would never accept charity, but he's overcome both with inebriation and gratitude at the deliciousness of this drink.
I mean, you could go to your room. You could go back behind the tavern. There's some more areas on the isle that you might be more inclined to go. But it's pretty open on Floor Isle.
Mm-hmm. I'm not so worried about doing anything in front of the people who are running for their lives, but people who are in the tavern, I imagine, are probably going to stand their ground and hold their own, so I'm trying
The
to...
people in the tavern appeared to be running away and very much not focused on you.
Okay, never mind. I am going to use, I'm going to use Mask of Many Faces then, and, in a flurry of, what looks like wind, is going to immediately swap clothings and everything, and the figure that now stands before you has grown an inch, looks a little leaner, but still a little bit more muscular, much younger, with olive skin, green eyes, and black hair. Well, I was getting kind of bored, and I was getting kind of, I was getting kind of... While I was having fun in that disguise, I, was kind of ready for a little bit more, excitement, but I do not think this is what I was expecting.
You watch as Brahm takes a staggering step forward with his finger pointed out, like, and then, like, almost collects himself and goes, "What was that?"
That is... how do I put this?
One of your businessman things that you do as a businessman.
Well, I
The
hate
the ground beneath you begins to shake even more while you're in the middle of this conversation.
I gotta pee real quick.
You're back here. Go ahead and we can take another small break
Yep.
before combat officially starts.
I'll only need like 5 minutes. And
It's
I will
okay.
mute
Alright.
this time, Quinn.
This time. Good, because Marley
Hello,
needs to go
chat.
too.
How's it going? How you
Hi,
doing?
chat.
Feeling
Does anybody
I
hear
didn't
good?
that?
actually read any of
I have
what
no
you're
idea.
saying, but we want to talk to you guys.
I just
find
want
out
to
right
know
now.
if you're doing good. I just no. We'll have somebody look at chat immediately. You know, type something down if you feel like it. Tell me how you're doing. Are you enjoying it so far? How long have you been watching?
Let me open up Twitch. At the moment, there is nobody watching the stream.
Awesome. We're doing
Awesome.
great.
That's
Wonderful.
okay.
Yeah. I am having a blast.
Says there are 4 people watching, so I assume that it's definitely just like literally all of us. But
That's
you
okay.
know,
Emily, you did such a good job on this whole thing. I love it so much. Thank you so much.
Well, it's not done yet.
I know.
you did such a good job. I'm so glad it's.
Hi, Quinn.
I know it's not
Thanks for
over. And I'm
replying.
so excited for more.
About it.
Come on, Marley, hurry up. Hey guys, you could never guess what we're having for dinner tonight.
Tacos.
Nope.
Pizza.
Nope.
I'm
Sushi.
having spaghetti. I don't know.
I wish, no. We are
Sushi
having rice, chicken, and mushroom soup
with the
Got a Red Bull?
applesauce.
with applesauce.
By the way, that's now on a recording for all eternity.
It's delicious. One of my favorite meals.
What's on recording for all eternity?
The fact that Emily eats rice, cream of mushroom soup,
I
Hi,
have
man.
returned.
and chicken.
Oh my
as-
god, somebody appeared on camera on the Twitch stream.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! Really?
Holy
I have
shit,
people-
really?
I have people in my chat. What the fuck is this?
They're
Wow.
just
It's just me and Kyle.
it's fake viewers.
Pity viewers.
As we are.
It's pity viewers.
Uh-huh.
So I am going. This guy's an enemy, right? Right here,
Yes.
and this thing,
That's crewmate of Sailor.
a sailor. Okay. I assume I cannot stand here because he is there,
Correct.
and this is also a sailor.
Correct.
All right. Can anybody slightly kill me on their turn?
How about you look over at look over
Punch
at,
me!
excitedly with like a lot of like veracity. You look at Wind Chime and say like, "Punch me, do it, punch me."
I'll do it. I'll punch you.
I mean, I think it's better if I punch you because I'm out of spell slots.
Okay.
So, like, might as well.
It actually has to be before the end of this turn, so that doesn't work. What I am gonna do though is I'm going to be running up this gangplank towards the ship, right?
Mhm.
As I pass a Nemo, I'm going to give him
Okay.
a friendly punch on the shoulder, like "Good job, you you killed that guy." So but because I'm raging, it's going to be a little harder than I intended. Not harder than I intended at all. This is to keep up rage.
Oh no!
So it's an unarmed strike. You good with
Roll to
that?
hit.
I've got a tremendous amount of health for my life.
Okay.
Come on, you're barbarian. You guys can move in.
I actually have to go into my thing for.
Rolls max damage.
Oh God, please don't.
What's
I
a
want to do
crit?
like 1 damage.
But
It's a
How do I
crit.
roll for?
you know what? He is letting you punch him. You can punch him. Nemo, you take 1 damage. As he like
Okay,
fucking like shocks you.
At you violently on the
Where are
shoulder.
you moving?
Uh,
He is near some of the refugees playing that card game. It's equivalent to Go Fish. Nothing crazy.
Yo, I
He,
want to play Go Fish.
he says to you,
Did I just hear what I thought I just. Ba, 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 ba.
He looks at you and says, not quite sure. I think the captain is currently in her quarters at the moment, and she's she'll let us know when she's made a decision.
I understand. Thank you for your time.
I go, what do you happen to be playing there by chance? What kind of card game?
Go fishing.
I think this is more of a ship captain and crew kind of game. Ship. Yes, that one.
I mean, I would say most people know how to play Go Fishing. It's a game we all learned as a kid. See that anybody have a 8 of spades? You see one
Who
of
has
the
8 spades?
See Miles checking his pockets. Oh,
you see
shame. Only a
one of the
7 of
refugees,
spades.
a young boy. I mean, he is pretty young, probably no more than 8, 8 or 9. I have one, and he gives it to the guy. Alrighty, well, your turn. Just the game continues.
I really wish that my character had a shovel. That would have been pretty epic.
Miles will grab the deck and shuffle up the cards and go, okay,
They're
who's
in the
stealing?
middle of a game. They're in the middle of the game right now. Are you really going to grab these cards?
Still
from
gonna
these
shuffle up the
people?
cards.
Okay.
Yes,
Make,
I will shuffle the cards inside of your hand.
make
Yep.
a dexterity check.
That's
Before they even knew it.
there was a question mark on there. Was that a check or was that a saving throw?
Or
I'm gonna
is it
go- I'm gonna do-
is it a steal? Is it more like a thieving thing?
Like
Should he be rolling stealth?
Sleight of
Stealing some-
hand.
Go
Sleight of
sleight of
hand.
go sleight of hand. Yeah,
Sleight
go
of hand. Sleight of hand.
Oh, that one. Mm.
So
Well,
you go to reach your hand out and grab the deck, and Borth just grabs you by the wrist. He says, "We're in the middle of the game right now, and I do not take kindly to people who interfere with the games."
My apologies, friend. You can let go of my hand now.
He holds it for just a second longer and lets it go. The little boy, he says, "Does anybody have... Oh, Borth, do you have a 3 of hearts?" "No, my lad." The guy who you've been talking to. Nope.
I have 1 HP to heal.
Oh, that's miraculous. You know how many HPs you have?
I'm
What
just
is
trying not to get
HP?
HPVs.
Oh,
What's
right.
an HP?
Oh, yes. Brom, there's very many things that we need to catch you up on, it seems.
What is an HP?
Does anybody want to come to the pantry with me and cook?
Brom's gonna try and fall asleep and sleep off his hangover, his alcohol. I know it won't be long enough, but try and get some of that and rest because he's never been in a fight before. So he's actually gonna
Miles.
fail to fall asleep, but he's gonna try to.
Miles, I am
Yes.
quite interested in cooking.
Let's go.
let's
Anybody else
get
wanna
this
join us?
bread, as the kids say.
I bet Windchime would have some very good ideas in the kitchen.
Did you just say that the only woman in our party would have good ideas in the kitchen?
It came out to be worse than what it was supposed to be. The brilliant
It was supposed to be a
idea.
callback to the
At the
bread
end.
thing.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yep.
I could
Son of a bitch.
Hold on, I can't hear Lily. Lily, can you say that again? I can certainly lend a hand.
Thank you, Ensign.
This
I
I
know.
sounds
just seen your
fantastic.
brilliant bread bowl idea, and I thought this person knows what they're doing.
Ah,
Let's see what we can
chimed
do.
in a little.
You also don't ask
Yeah, I
Windchime
would-
to
I
go
would
into
say
the
that you
kitchen
don't
with
do
you,
that.
because apparently that's bad too.
no, it's
Miles.
fine. It was fine that you asked her to come to the kitchen.
Miles, why
right?
do you
Because
keep bringing it up? You're just making it worse
Who's
that way.
Kyle? I don't know who Kyle is.
Miles?
I said
Miles.
Miles.
Oh, oops. Oh.
Kinda quiet.
It's too
Sorry,
close.
I had a small brain break there. I don't
Did
know.
you
but
know
let's-
somebody named Kyle? You
I
seemed
don't
very
even-
against being named Kyle.
Kyle's a very strange name.
Kyle's a strange name. I would say that it's a strong name.
Sounds like he drinks a lot of energy potions. Anyways, let's get to the pantry.
And Moonsick sits down and waits for the next.
The air among the refugees.
That's okay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna start monologuing. Seriously, please do. I was gonna start
I
repeating
was
myself.
literally
So
just
it's
going to
fine.
say that Moonsick sits down and waits for the game to be over to join in the next one and start striking up a conversation amongst the refugees.
Borth wins the next round, and haha, he says, I win again. You always win. Well, just take some tips, son, and you'll get there sometime. The secret is to look people in the eyes when you ask them. Get a good read on if they have the card or not. Okay. You see that the boy has kind of nudged himself closer to Borth, and is now next to him and literally as close to this big burly man as he can.
Aw.
Around him, you don't notice anybody that would look like his parents.
That's either an ah or a hee hee.
All right. Well, that ruined it.
Yep. Fuck. Wait, come on.
Person.
Come
Such a
on.
bad person. I'm just such a dick, you know?
The boy says, "Did you want to play with us, sir?"
Absolutely. If that
Alrighty
is
then.
okay, Borth, was it?
Yes, yeah, that's totally okay. He shuffles the deck with expert hands. You notice that he's quite good at handling cards. As he starts to pass out the I don't know, I forget how Go Fish is played, but he starts to pass out everybody's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so far that's good.
7 cards.
7 cards each person.
Thank you.
The Go Fish expert over here.
It's different actually. It's 8 cards and it's called Go Fishing.
Yes, not to be confused with another popular game, card game in this universe, Mentally Unstable 8.
Mentally unstable 8.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes, and my favorite, Bassinettage.
That's right.
Go ahead and roll a insight check to play the game. We'll see how the insight check will determine how good you are at the game.
Oh, interesting. Oh no!
You
Ooh, not
handily lose. Everybody seems to be taking a read off of you, and you have a hard time reading everybody else. And in no time at all, you find yourself just continuously giving cards to people. Everybody seems to know, like, that you have these cards in your hand, it feels like. But all in good fun. This round, the little boy...
You were just saying
he,
that you were looking for twos the whole time? Does anybody have the two of spades? No. Does anybody have the two of clubs? My bad. I was the one that had the two of
Does
spades.
anybody have any twos? They're all gone. We've said this 5 times.
What is that number? What number is K? What's that mean?
Miles is holding up a mirror behind his hand.
This round, the boy does end up winning, and he cheers with excitement. I won! Oh my god! Oh, this is... Oh, I won the game! Take that, Borth! Haha, yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, see, the secret is he doesn't know, like, he's really short, like, sighted, so he can't see the mirror that hits his hands, so that's the reason.
If you guys, like, enter the galley, you do see, a familiar man. He is a youngish, probably in his mid-20s, human male. He's got tan skin and a lean, muscled physique. As he's cooking what appears to be a seafood gumbo in a big old pot. You enter the room, and he says, "Oh, hello there. It'll be just a few minutes here before dinner is done."
We came here to help.
Oh, he kind of, like, looks around the little galley, and, well, I do need some vegetables, some chopped, and I need this fish here prepped. Is that something you guys are capable of doing?
Hell yes, sir.
Oh, absolutely.
We're gonna wreck this dude's meal.
Oh my god!
Okay, so you have there are 3 separate sections. He's currently like, stirring food, and he'll go and he'll chop up some veggies, and there's some shrimp that need to be peeled and cleaned, and a fish that needs to be filleted.
Yeah.
The vein, probably.
Assigning each of you a task. Who would like to stir the pot?
I do.
Oh, wonderful. You just keep on stirring as consistently as you can. Try not to spill anything.
Can I roll for it?
Absolutely.
What should I roll?
Just roll me a straight dexterity check.
Okay.
And if it's gay, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh no!
But I'm okay. That's not the. But it's got to be straight. Just this roll. Next roll, do whatever you want. This roll.
Okay.
That's a dexterity save.
Shit!
Holy shit, that was pretty gay.
I'm gonna keep
Hell
that at
yeah.
20.
Her stage is
you
probably checks.
expertly continue to stir this pot as ingredients get added. And I also could use somebody to chop this okra.
Miles will grab...
Nope, never mind.
Miles will grab the knife and kind of do a flip with the knife. Like, kind of flip the knife
Oh,
and then
no!
try to catch it.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand check. Oh, performance, that works too. An 8.
Oh no!
No, sleight of hand. You said sleight of hand, right?
I did say sleight of hand.
You said sleight of
Okay,
hand.
help you sleight of hand.
Oh no!
You're lucky I'm letting you re-roll that.
I know.
Nice.
He's also lucky enough to get a 17, so there's that.
Oh, he got a 12 plus 5. So,
Yeah, plus 5.
you toss the knife up in the air and deftly catch it as you start chopping the okra and various vegetables he sets in front of you.
Stuff too, and like flopping hands and doing all kinds of performance kind of things.
Fancy things. Alrighty, and then I also need somebody to clean and prep this fish. You seem like you
I love. Oh
got
hell
that?
yeah! You don't even understand. I'm so good with fish.
Alrighty,
Alright, what
and
do I
here you
do?
go.
How are you
He
with
slaps
this
down some big old fish in front of you.
I
to clean and prep.
tie back my hair. I don't know what with.
With air.
I tie back my hair with air. That's right.
Hell
I
yeah.
use magic to create air
Okay.
and tie back my hair with it.
As you start to prep the fish, go ahead and give me. I'm just gonna keep going with the whole. This is not really a sleight of hand, but we're gonna keep going with the sleight of hand.
Survival? I mean, it's cooking related.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So, you.
I'm sad that I'm working with
fucking-
knives though.
You butcher this fish. I mean, there is very little fish that is left to actually go into the gumbo. And after your first fish, he watches you and he's like, well, that's not exactly how you do it. Here, let me show you. And he like kind of pushes you off to the side and says, watch, you have to start here. Underneath the first off, you have to peel off the scales, right? We don't want the scales on there. So then he takes off the scales and you slice down from here to the tail in a nice one big swoop. Here, you try. Less like you're chopping down a tree, more like more like you're like like slicing through air, like very gentle. Go ahead and give me another sleight of hand check.
I don't know what
after
you
his
mean.
instructions.
I thought it was going to be like, well, I mean, you still need to cut it. Oh, that's much better.
With his advice and actually like you are actually prepping this fish correctly. You had no idea how to prep this fish, but now you know. All
knowledge is
the
power.
ingredients end in the pot, and wind chimes still just mixing. Nothing is stuck to the bottom of this pan, yeah, in short order, it is all cooked up and ready to go, and about time to make the announcement to have people come get their bowls. She's been having us go in circles for the past
And
couple
can
of
you
hours.
point me in the right direction for me to knock on her door?
She does. She does not take kind. What is my accent for her?
Kindly to these motherfucking passengers.
She does not take too kindly to strangers.
You don't take kindly to mean people.
No, I think it was Scottish. No, wait, that's not Scottish. What is that?
Kind of like a British accent, kind of like a Cockney accent.
A little off there, but you'll get there.
Probably.
You'll get there eventually.
Oh,
It's like a Scottish accent mixed with an Australian accent. Kinda.
Emily.exe
this is
has
not
crashed.
helping me. All of the accents that are going on it's not helping me find what a Scottish accent sounds like.
That's funny.
See, I can't get the fucking British accent out of my head.
God damn it, Kyle.
Well,
It
cool.
wasn't. It wasn't Kyle. It was. It was specifically Rocky's accent. I couldn't.
Yeah, because we don't do blame here.
Yeah, it was Rocky's.
Yeah, no blame.
No blame
What does a
but
Scottish
it was
accent sound
definitely
like?
my fault.
I was literally doing one earlier today.
Scotland forever.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right.
Oi.
She heads out. She leaves.
Alright, I'm gonna head out.
Leaving you guys to eat your meal. It's pretty good. It's lacking in a large amount of fish, but ultimately, like you feel like I could have just like a whole nother fish would have really sold the whole plate.
Better go.
But otherwise, it tastes excellent.
Are there
Feels
any-
like it's lacking by exactly one fish.
If I exactly one fish, yes.
There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Well, the
Probably.
base for this gumbo is very good, but I could definitely do with a few more chunks of fish in here.
If you mention the fish one more time, I think that I'll never make fish again.
I
And that would be on you. So be
Wait.
careful, you.
wait. You were the one that made it.
Well,
I
not. Yes, the whole thing. Yes,
yeah,
exactly. The
yeah.
entire, all of the fish. I did that.
I see.
What, you couldn't do one more?
Yeah, it's the fisherman's fault, you know.
So tell me, how's
Uh,
the okra on the dish? I hope that's just fine.
If you want more fish, we can go fishing and put it in there for you.
You know what? I'm down for that. Want to go?
And you do actually end up finding one in the quarters where you were previously sleeping. And as you go to grab it and take it up on deck, Heidi, excuse me, Heidi, the dwarf woman who has been piloting the ship, she catches you in the corner of her eye and handing off the stern to the male elf that was standing beside her. She marches angrily straight towards you, and she says, "Aye, what you doing with my pole?"
Oh, so I'm sorry. I was just trying to go fishing.
She attempts to rip it out of your hands. Are you going to resist her? Or are you going to just give it to her?
I mean, so far my actions suggest otherwise, but I'm just gonna give it to her.
You should keep your paws off of other people's stuff.
No!
She-
Wait!
No.
I need a fishing rod.
She
Do you know where I
marches-
can get one? No.
She
Can I run
she
after?
ignores you and continues her way back to put it with her belongings.
I'd like to run after her. No, wait. No, ma'am, miss, hello. No.
What?
Do you know where I could get a fishing rod?
Well, I suppose you could probably make one yourself, now couldn't you?
Well, fuck you too.
Whoa.
Hey, fuck you too!
Well, okay. Dang.
Edward, I understand your objections to this, but at the end of the day, you either provide a little bit of flame for me to reseal this letter with, or you just stand there and say that you couldn't stop me from opening the letter. But either way, this letter is being opened.
Ooh.
I feel in our best
Emily,
interest.
so right now I have the letter, right?
I never explicitly said who got the letter.
Mm-hmm.
I probably should have. But let me roll a d6.
I was gonna say roll a d6. That's the best way to decide it.
Oh, fine.
have it.
Windchime has a letter.
Okay.
Wincham, you have the letter. It is your choice. Do we attempt to open it and reseal it after we learn what's inside, and make decisions based off that, or do we, decide to just follow directions and make sure we don't read it?
Well,
I suppose the real question is here, who do you really trust? I mean, I feel like the captain really has no ill will for us, and we have a potentially good connection, I'll say, if we don't open the letter and go against her. But if we do, by all means, I will not be any part of that.
to be perfectly honest, I don't really trust anyone. Everybody always has an ulterior motive. But there might be information in the letter.
I'm gonna facepalm.
Miles is going to attempt to try and grab the letter out of Windchime's hands.
I try and hold it back.
Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. You're going to roll contesting dexterity rolls. So just a straight dexterity, no nothing crazy. We're gonna do contesting dexterity rolls, because I feel like she knows that this is coming. So both of you go ahead and roll dexterity.
No.
Oh, and whip. Well, I guess
Miles, you reach out and you snatch the letter out of Windchime's hand.
What?
I apologize not to be rude to everybody, but I really think we need to get this letter delivered, and in a very good, timely manner. If you will, please.
As he's saying that, like to try and cut him off and try and Moontick's gonna try and counter snatch.
Counter snatch.
Counter snatch?
Counter snatch.
Alright.
Like sort of get
Global
in his way or
offensive.
something to impose disadvantage or something.
Tell Anemo, he seems to have a similar fighting style as me, that I'd love to pick his brain about a few techniques.
That would be
So for character reasons, I need to ask, where is there a, you know how some ships have this thing at the top of like their
A
sails?
crow's nest?
A crow's nest?
Mm-hmm.
Does this one have that?
It does. It's on the mizzen.
Can I just be chilling there?
Go ahead and
Yes.
you can
You
either
would
do
be-
acrobatics
you
or
would be-
athletics.
You would be at
Acrobatic
all
or
the
athletics.
most up
Let
in
me
that
check.
crow's nest. That is.
And if you wanted,
It would be
to
if I
use-
succeed this, it would be as if I was always up there. By the way.
Yeah.
Athletics or acrobatics? Athletics is better, please. 18. That's good enough.
Yo.
You are absolutely up in that crow's nest.
Hell yeah.
What are you doing up
Oh
there?
yeah.
You know, I'm closing my eyes and feeling the wind. You know, brushing through my hair, just like really spread out as much as I can be in the crow's nest of the ship. You know, hearing the fighting down there, not really giving a fuck about it, but you know.
Roll a perception check.
Sure.
What's that brush doing there?
Yo.
17.
You hear your name mentioned down below on deck.
Now I have two options. Either I float down there and use that action, or I climb down there. I'll just climb. So, back down.
You got up there pretty easy. I'm sure you can get down just the same.
Okay, alright. I don't need to roll?
No.
You know, he's just gonna like poke out, like, you know, he's gonna like, you know, poke out of his head on the deck with like his spell book ready, about to like, you know, summon a fish. And then he just kind of looks over by the door, kind of sees a bunch of sweaty dudes, literally just sitting in the corner, right? Like, you know, his party, just like, you know, covered in sweat, kind of sitting in the corner, listening to Moonsick talk about not being able to talk underwater. And then he's gonna be like, what happened? You guys look like you kind of fell over the deck there. You're all covered in water.
Sorry. Knees are weak, arms are sweaty. Sparring practice is heavy.
Yo, what are we having for lunch today? I hope it's spaghetti.
No, what are we having for lunch then? With that, Heidi comes up from the deck. We're having spaghetti for lunch.
Oh, why does that all tie together so well? If only you could see me staring intently into the camera.
Yes, you all are poets, and you don't even know that you have the ability to be poets. I'm gonna go look for some alcoholic beverage.
Okay.
Rum?
Go ahead and roll a
Investigation?
check. Pretty low. Pretty easy to find.
Oh!
Where it could possibly be.
You turn around and look about the deck of the ship, and it just comes over you that you have no idea where anything on this ship is. First with the fishing rod, but anything that would be like that.
Yeah.
Second with the alcohol. You have no idea, like, where to even begin. You kind of twiddle your thumbs and kind of like pull air through your teeth and look about.
My friend, check the kitchen. Perhaps there's some in there. We were cooking the other night.
He snaps his fingers. Oh, of course, the kitchen. Why didn't I think of that?
But, of course, do you know where the kitchen is?
I mean, I
Of
went
course
to
he
the
does.
kitchen.
We were cooking the other night.
Your point being? You gotta give the playful smile.
It's up to the DM if I remember where that.
I think you were literally just there. The ship is small. Although on your way there, you do accidentally open the wrong door. Whoops.
I do know where it is. Thank you. Me talking to a random crew member that's when I opened the wrong door.
A random crew member.
Random crewmate? Sup? Alright.
Whoa.
Sus?
I don't know, that sounds a little bit like an Among Us reference.
Among Us? Nah.
Hey, want to play New Age Among Us? It's like Old Among Us, but we laugh when somebody says the name. Truly the peak of comedy.
What name? Name of what?
Among Us.
Imposter.
You make your way into the galley where you do see again a familiar face, Kajori, the cook that was that you helped with the other night. He's in there basically prepping some looks to be like salted meat and some hard biscuits with like a little. He's stirring a pot with some sort of how do you say it? There's some sort of grain, like a barley or an oat. But he notices you as you walk in. Why, hello there. Back to help for lunch?
Well, I mean, do I get some booze out of it?
Make a persuasion check then. Let's see if
Whoa.
he'll offer up his alcohol.
That's what we call
Dude,
Oh
infused.
my
come
god!
2 ones in a row! What are you doing to me?
Whoa.
Animo is not at home on the sea.
He's not feeling it today. I'm feeling it when I'm not doing anything with people. Alright?
I'm really feeling it.
He smiles at you and says, well, it's a little bit early in the day to be drinking. We've still got a long voyage ahead of us, and we gotta keep the goods as they should.
He's gonna mutter, so you're telling me on a pirate ship they don't drink at noon? Oh my god.
His eyes narrow, and he says, well, we're not a pirate ship.
Okay, so what is your main business?
Oh, we travel goods back and forth. Merchant.
Independent.
I see. And where do you get these goods from?
Cities and ports and things.
Cities and port. Okay, yes. So you have people that you sell to, of course, and you have suppliers.
Yes.
Yes, the random citizens that are along your way. I'm pretty sure you guys are pirates.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay.
What the hell?
Make
Whoa.
a persuasion check?
Oh no!
Persuasion.
What?
No! Oh, come on!
just convinced
You said that
them that they're
after I
pirates.
got the nat 20.
Oh my god!
What the
Oh, okay. Well, 2 nat ones followed by
This
new
is
2 nat ones.
crazy!
Oh my
I've
gosh.
never seen this in my
That's
life!
Roll 20, you
Oh
salty
my
bitch.
god!
Bro, I bet the brush has something to do with this. It's literally the brush has something to do with this. I don't know what it is, but it's the brush.
That's amazing.
You see him stop stirring pot. And he has a look of serious confusion on his face. And says, pirates. I never thought about it before like that. We're pirates. Huh. Huh.
That's good.
My god.
Am I
We're
a bad
pirates.
person?
I would have assumed
His
that you would
eyes,
known.
his eyes get really kind of big, and you see I even be on this ship?
I come over and I pat him on the back. Don't even worry. I'm sure that everybody else on the ship has the same feelings.
I figured if I had been on a pirate ship, I would have known about it until this moment. I've been on this ship for nearly 2 years.
This man's having a fucking existential crisis. What am I supposed to do?
Meanwhile, the pot that he was stirring is now boiling over.
I'm gonna say that that's true, and then try and like help him stir. Okay, and I just kind of be stroking his back, trying to help him
Manhandle that
through.
ladle.
Start stirring,
As you start stirring the
ladle.
pot, he goes and he says, I think I need a minute. And he sits down in the corner with his head between his knees, and in deep in thought.
Oh my god!
Uh,
Quinn just... And the Animo just roped himself into making lunch.
So, upon everybody grabs their bowls with a nice hard biscuit, and some salted fish on top, and you enjoy a pretty decent lunch. It's pretty good, actually. You really enjoy it. It's simple and filling.
Thanks. I'd say I did a pretty good job.
Thank you, Anemo. You truly are a man of many talents.
Yes.
I wonder what
Traversing
happened to the regular cook.
my environments is the most effective I am. Sorry,
I
what?
wonder what happened to the regular cook. I mean, it's nice to see your talent getting showcased here, but wonder what happened to the other one.
We had a long conversation that ended with him. As I said, he's having a moment. I feel like being left alone is probably best for him at the moment.
Wow, that's a good friend thing to do.
I'm curious at what event's going to transpire that he took a moment away from his cooking duties.
Well, I mean, I was there. I'm sure that if I hadn't taken over,
He's just gonna talk himself into a corner.
Yeah. I mean, it's always nice to take some time for yourself. It's so nice of you to be able to take over his shift so that he could take a little break. Have a little rest, have some alone time for him.
yeah, I would. Yeah, of course. I would do it for any of you.
He's very thankful about that.
So when it comes to giving out pointers for sparring later, you can take that over for me.
If it's required. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't do it yourself.
That's wonderful. I was thinking about going and staring out over the sea a bit more.
Are you saying you need a mental health break?
Well, I'm sure you all are having fun with this.
Mental health is very serious. I wouldn't joke about such things.
Is
Me and Emma.
is that what happened to Kijori over there?
As I said, he needed a moment. Can we move on from the cook, please? All right. I think I did a fine job. I don't know why people are still on this. Okay.
We're congratulating you for graciously taking over so that he could take a little time for himself.
Well, I
We
take the
really
compliment.
appreciate him.
Thank you.
You make your way onto the deck of the ship, and you see the main deck. Excuse me. And you see Borth currently next to Heidi, who is at the helm, talking frantically and pacing back and forth, back and forth.
Excuse me, Borth. Do you have a moment, my friend?
You.
Me. How are you doing, my friend?
Much worse now that you're here.
Oh. You and I need to have a small chat.
If you continue to say "my friend," I'm going. Sorry.
He grunts at you.
So are we still on for a
friend
little blackjack game for tonight?
Jack. Yes, but the stakes have excuse me. Yes, but the stakes have changed.
Oh, really? Tell me now, in what way have they changed?
Well, clearly, the word of you is not quite enough to hold as a deal.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that? Did I do that to you? Oh. Now, I couldn't have you doing what you were going to do to the captain, so I just explained it myself.
If you still want to play, you better put something high on the table.
Let my parents on.
Jesus.
You're such an ass.
How about that loot you've got?
Loot.
Oh.
Would you rather go down and dive for me instead? Is that what you were telling me? Because I don't know how to swim very well.
The loot for a game?
Or are you talking about the loot that we're supposed to be getting?
No, your loot. Your
My
instrument.
loot.
Oh my fuck,
Oh.
my instrument. Goddamn.
My instrument you're talking about. You see, my
Sell
friend,
for a pretty
I've
penny.
had treasure on my mind as we're about to dive in and get wet.
I'm sorry.
He's looking at you completely displeased. He's fucking annoyed.
I go, perhaps it's not for the best, as I am not giving up this loot for anything.
You're lost. And he
I would be
walks
happy.
away from you. He
Ooh.
fucking walks away from you.
What would you have gotten?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything else anybody would like to do?
Nope.
I mean, I can't think of any right now.
Moonsick
I mean,
wants to try and climb up into the crow's nest stealthily, as not to draw the attention of Animo.
Roll both a athletics and a stealth check.
Ooh.
I'll roll for athletics first, as this will determine if I can even get up there at all, let alone stealthily.
You can. Just as a thing here, Anemo, your passive perception is 11.
11, yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Ooh,
You
21. Good stuff.
handily climb your way up to the crow's nest, silent the entire way, and as your hands reach the bottom where the very sketchy rope ladder meets the
bucket.
bucket, yeah, the bottom. You can peek your head and you do see. Well, what do you see? Anemo, what are you doing?
At this point, what time is it in the day? The sun's like really high up there, right?
Yeah, it's like 3.
Yeah, he's I think at this point he's meditating. What's he meditating on? I don't know. But he's he's like his eyes are closed. Little background. He grew up in like a what are those called again?
Monastery.
Yeah, he grew up in a monastery. He's a barbarian, but he grew up in a monastery.
Wow.
So, he wasn't that into meditating, but sometimes the time is just right,
I imagine what Moonsick sees from this is that he peeks over the edge and he sees Animo just kind of laying there, looking like he's asleep, taking a nap, but unbeknownst to him, he's meditating. With his bowl from lunch still there, seagulls perched on either side, trying to peck at the inside of the bowl for anything that might be left.
I can vibe with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moonsick, what do you do?
He he motions over to the seagulls and puts a finger up to his lips as if to shush them.
They don't shush. They still do their thing. You rolled a high stealth check. They don't even know you're there.
I know. that was more or less just to kind of humor himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
So you got up, you snuck up on me. What you gonna do to me, my friend?
Sneak
What you
attack.
gonna do?
he's gonna climb inside the bucket and just kind of sit there for a second.
Okay.
Yes.
And then he's gonna say,
He's gonna shift into fish bait and just sit in the bucket,
"Oh my God! Actually,
waiting for Anima to
Oh
get
my
that fishing
God!
pole. Waiting
What is
for him
he- what
to
is
get
he gonna
the
do?
fishing pole.
before Moonsick climbs in the bucket, he is going to use his mask of many faces, and
Okay. Don't have to tell me who it is. You can go up there and then describe the scene.
he climbs into the bucket and sits down. Across from the air genasi is... Oh, hell. I have to... Oh, no. That's right. I already have it pulled up on another window. Notes. And, and across from him is a human female of a fair complexion, a little bit shorter than what, or quite a bit shorter than what Moonjik was, with almost platinum blonde hair and hazel eyes, and a younger looking face.
Are you trying to seduce me? Sorry.
Go ahead and continue.
This character sits across from him and just kind of stares at him to see if he notices.
Do you notice? Or at
I
what
would
point in time would you open your eyes?
When maybe I guess when the seagulls fly away, or when Moonsick decides to say something.
To open his eyes and be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Depends on if you want to frighten him or not.
Trying to think of something that's the character
Doesn't to be special.
She is going to reach over and just start feeling his bicep.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That's good enough.
Discord. What happened? Would you please quickly
That's right.
explain?
Dexterity saving throw is what I wanted to do.
Oh no!
Discord kicked me out of the call, so I don't know what happened.
Straight for the
How
bicep.
long have you been gone?
He's feeling up his bicep.
She's
Okay,
feeling up my
so-
bicep right now.
Last I heard is I did not know if Moonsick had announced himself.
Moonsick
Has not.
has not announced himself. He is still in the Mask of Many Faces and has reached over to feel Animo's bicep.
Okay. And
Suddenly, I'm gonna be terrified. All right, I'm gonna just not know, obviously didn't know anybody was in front of me. He's gonna jump up, literally jump up,
God.
and that's what the dexterity saving throw is for.
Oh no!
He's gonna jump up, and he's gonna. I don't want to really fall off, but he's gonna almost fall off. So he's gonna jump up and he's gonna lean back. So let's go. Whoa! Jesus. Hello?
Hello.
Who are you? And how were you able to sneak up on me?
Isn't it obvious? It seems that you're in the middle of a dream right now.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh fuck!
Oh my god.
The
Not
fuck you
one.
mean, dream?
You haven't even fallen asleep.
I haven't even fallen asleep yet.
Oh my god.
Or
You didn't need to startle me like that, you know.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I never mean to be this startled in front of a young woman. My name is Animal Ramen.
How do you mean to be in front of a young woman?
Well,
my God.
I haven't met you. You're someone new. It's first impressions are very important.
And that they are, and I could tell by your bicep that you're very strong.
Yeah. Yup.
Deep blushing, purple blushes. Like crazy purple blushing on his blue skin. He goes, why, thank you.
My name is Mercedes.
Of course it is.
Why wouldn't it be?
Like the wait, hold up.
Just so that our listeners know, this is a callback to a different campaign.
This is a callback to another campaign, another character that I run, who is also a play off of a Fire Emblem Three Houses character, Mercedes von Martreats.
And of course, as Animo says, so like the form of transportation, or
Cars. There's no cars.
Let's roleplay, guys.
Transportation.
Horse, dude. It's a
Yeah.
horse.
Oh yes, this horse's
Let them
name is
roleplay,
Benz.
Rocky. Let them roleplay.
Sorry.
You've got a curious sense of humor.
I was just asking where your parents might have gotten it from. You know, the wagon manufacturer.
Actually, my parents. Kind of a weird topic, for today, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I guess it is. Wait, how would you know that? At this point, he's gonna look down. Does it look like a hard climb?
It's not a hard climb, but it's not an easy climb. The rickety rope ladder that you use to get up here kind of always seems to be swaying in the wind, making it, if nothing else, very uncomfortable.
Right, and how strong does Miss Mercedes look?
Well, we're going off of the fact that this is based off of the monk character, so I'd say relatively strong. More dexterous than strong, though.
More dexterous. Okay, so there's no question that she would have been able to get up here, in a stealthy way. So it's just like, are you a member of the crew?
You could say that.
You are you new, old? Like I have no idea. This is the first time I'm meeting you. You understand?
Let's just say I'm here for entertainment.
Animo suddenly kind of backs off with that realizing he's on a pirate ship, and a young lady just said that she was there for entertainment, not really necessarily the best thing to say to somebody.
Yep.
It's been a pleasure. And then Anima just starts climbing down the ladder.
Monsick!
Wait, are people actually just going to start calling for me like they're looking for me?
She's like, I need help. There's a weird lady
They
trying to
have no
get
idea
me.
they have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
So just play as normal.
Ignore me. I'm just.
In that case, as he's climbing down, she's just going to like make sure that there are no body parts like hanging out of the bucket at all, so that anyone can see, and she's going to transform back. Well, that was entertaining indeed, and now I have a really nice napping spot.
Oh no! Oh, you kidding?
No idea.
Man, this guy.
So after having that encounter,
The birds, they're catching fish. If you look at them in the sea, they dive down and catch fish, and then they eat them.
Do the fish hop out of the water, or do the birds go into the water?
I don't know. I think they're attacking each other. It's terrible.
They just meet in the middle. It's like a little dance. What they do? No. Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't really noticed. I usually just focus on the wind and the clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, see that one? He points up in the sky. That one looks like a little bunny.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Wow, it's like a moving picture.
Yeah. They should really make those. It's crazy that these aren't manufactured with some kind of magic. They just happen, you know?
Yeah. Oh, if we used magic, we could make stories out of the clouds. That's a great idea.
It's a genius idea. It would be like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and there would just be like a huge we could just like pan it, and there would be a whole bunch of letters, and you would just read as it like goes across the sky. It would be beautiful.
Yeah, all you have to do is transfigure the mist in the sky into the shape that you want it.
Yeah, I mean that's a genius idea.
Are these guys like chatting like randomly on the deck?
Yeah, we're just having a conversation.
Yeah, Edward is gonna chime in on this conversation about magic moving pictures. He's gonna go, well, my parents were quite in tune with some of the people at the academy. They were very close colleagues with them. I remember there was some guy, I think his name was like Walter Sidney or something. Anyway, he devised this wonderful illusionary magic that could create fantastical images on a large scale of random animations of random wonderful things like mice and things and merfolk.
Merfolk.
I think there was something about an ice queen somewhere. I remember he used to have some shows back then.
Really? And do they get cast across the sky?
That's the interesting.
I can tell you though, we are not in danger.
You kind of hear some whispering from Anima that says, "God, I hope Mercedes is all right."
I'm sorry. Who was that again?
There is
I don't
a
know,
bustle
some
of-
sort of angel that showed up and has never seen come back since.
There is a bustle of activity on the deck as you see everybody
You mean the wagon
donning
company?
donning their armor and getting donning their armor and getting into defensive positions on deck here. Okay. Well, you can't get. Yeah, go ahead. Disadvantage persuasion check.
Disadvantage persuasion.
Oh, nice.
Go ahead.
Nice.
He says, we have it on good information that this is a rubbery ship, and thus we are coming to take her. Put down your weapons now, or we shall take her by force.
This is ridiculous. This isn't a rubbery ship, it's a pirate ship.
Forward.
Oh man.
Actually,
I think we're gonna
he
die.
Steps forward and like directly towards you, Anemo, and everybody needs to roll for initiative. Give me just a second before you do so. I got to add your token.
Oh, sorry.
Yo,
I'm gonna
yo.
roll. I'm gonna roll a Constitution check just to see like how bad Moonzika's feeling after being, knocked out on deck and all that. That one there.
Yo!
I
that's
feel
pretty
nothing. All right, rather I feel great. Apparently.
You,
In fact,
you wake well rested.
in fact, I think
Longer rest.
like being knocked out like that, I think straightened out whatever back issue I may have had.
I guess. Therapeutic sleep.
I'm talking about.
No. I got it. You get the benefits of a longer rest. It's just a longer. It's a longer rest.
Well,
As a side note, I did want to offer. This is something that you guys should all know. Is there anything else anybody would like to do? Do you want to come up with hand signal?
No,
You can.
And signals.
Do you want to have a swim lesson? You can.
I
I
do
will
want a
let
swim
this happen.
lesson.
Let's
Like to
do the
Okay.
swim lesson.
Okay.
Just because
How
I
are
want to
you-
see Brom flailing about on the deck of the ship.
Beautiful. How do you want to set up this?
Windchime offered to teach me, so I'm gonna be like, yeah, how do I swim?
Okay, so you spread your arms above your head and then slap them down towards your side.
Alright.
Just
Make
raise
an
them above your head.
intelligence check.
Oh no.
I flail wildly. It is beautiful.
Oh, I think I can do what he's doing. I'm gonna flail wildly, and it's gonna look beautiful.
We have.
Moonsick-
So wait, are you
Moonsick
guys
looks
laying
over
on the
at
deck?
this, catches
We
a
are
glimpse,
laying
and
on
just
the deck,
starts.
flailing wildly.
Moonsick looks over at this, and he just starts cackling uncontrollably.
You're gonna see Miles just put his hand over his face and kind of with a smile kind of look down.
Oh, you might be laughing now, guys, but wait till you can't swim in the water.
I mean, I know how to swim, I just am not very good at it. I've had to learn with my
Maybe
former
you should come
profession.
flailing with us.
Yeah, you can always get
Flailing.
better.
Oh, okay. Is this a new dance move?
Oh my god.
Oh, Emily's making wisdom checks.
The entire crew sees you all, and is also in various states of laughing at this antics.
I'll join it. Flailing, why not?
Alright.
Well, I mean, like, Borth was really good at swimming when
Don't-
he was able to
don't,
catch up with that ship. Do you think he could probably show us? Oh, that's
Okay, this is great. While
funny.
normal people would be like embarrassed or like have red face during this, Braum is concentrated, poised, calm, not embarrassed one
Poised,
bit
calm, and
as he
flailing about
continues to
violently.
flail about mindlessly.
Okay, everybody, and as you learn how to move your arms around your body and kick your legs at the same time, I want you to focus and try to do it in a more meaningful way. Try moving one arm at a time, like you're climbing the floor, and imagine that it's water that you're moving about.
But the floor is water. We're literally in the ocean.
Not right now. No, you're on the deck of a ship.
Oh wait.
Miles tried to climb through the air, and then you realized Windchime had said floor, and he goes, "Oh, oh."
You could see that I'm actually doing much better this time. Not good, just much better.
I'm gonna look at Borth and I'm gonna say, "Hey, I mean, I saw you. You were furiously swimming, and you were able to catch up to this ship after you fell overboard the other day. Do you think you could probably teach us how to swim?"
You just move your arms and kick your legs, like a little miss over there said. It's not complicated, but definitely keep practicing. Yes.
Right, will do.
Keep practicing right there on the deck, in the middle of it, please.
Please.
The bird is going to flail mindlessly about.
Take 1d4 psychic damage.
Emotional
Oh
damage.
no, I'm a wizard. I'm down. Oh no. Oh no.
I think that's everything you need to know about swimming.
At this point, you see,
Well,
you
that
see
is
Miles skirting across the deck, trying to swim, like using
Okay.
his arms to kind of push.
well. That's good starters for swimming on the water's surface. But how about under the water?
Ooh, maybe we should go under the deck.
Maybe.
That's funny.
Borth interrupts and says, "No. Definitely on the main deck.
Well,
That's the place to learn."
Moonsy kind of pipes up and says, No. I like this idea. We could fill up the interior of the ship with water and have you guys swim below deck." Of course, with a giant joking smile on his face.
Oh, that's a great idea!
I firmly agree. Why haven't you done this already? Again, after being the laughingstock of the crew for like a solid 10 minutes, he's gonna look up with like a completely deadpan look on his face. No blush at all.
Oh, you serious?
Of course I'm not serious. It would sink the ship. I'm not that much of an idiot, you know.
Wait, what?
Alrighty. It is now Anemo's turn.
Of course it is. Oh, it's my turn. That's the secret that they never tell you.
And attack that guy.
You know it. And why change what has been good? Oh my god.
20 hits.
He's getting great rolls.
Hell,
11 damage.
How do you want to do this?
11 damage.
I wanna look at him and said, "You ever been stabbed with a great sword?" and then just stab him in the chest as like hard as I can with a great sword.
Hey.
His chest was not rock hard, just like yours. So naturally, the great sword goes straight through.
Alrighty. After Brahm donned his his breathing bubble helmet and dived under the ocean, scouting out the where the Ashogwin were coming from. He had a little inside scoop as to the locations and such of the Shogwin under the
May
waves
I
on the isle.
remember? For people? Yes. There look to be 5 of them in a circle.
Thank you.
There was,
Sorry. Sorry. That was very in a circle. Yes.
Great! I'm so
There was-
That was
glad.
beautiful. That was
there
so
was,
beautiful.
Oh, I
well,
think
that seems like a slam dunk then.
Animo seems
Slam
deflated. He understands, but he still seems deflated.
I hope you're not going to dunk that potion into the ocean.
No. Like in the game Hoop Nugget.
What is this hoop nugget? Please explain.
You've
in
never
great
played
detail.
Hoop
Through a
Nuggets?
hoop. Honestly.
It's honestly, it's the first thing that I learned.
Fascinating.
And then,
Thank you for
and then
this.
Animo
shocking
is
clearance.
our designated air distributor.
We know CPR, right?
I would.
Hardly come into fruition underwater.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily. These helmets are good enough.
Quick, give underwater CPR!
As a side note, I didn't think about this before, but I would say, I would venture to say that you have unending breath. So if you gave a breath to somebody else, they could probably sustain themselves for an additional round.
And me also, because
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be a stickler of the rules, but it just says that I can hold my breath forever, not that I can breathe forever.
I mean, what you could do is you could take one big breath and then jump underwater and then just don't exhale. And you just
Exactly.
got
No,
a
that's
lung
basically
full of
what
breath.
I'm saying. That's what
Yeah.
unending breath is.
Yeah, but
So if
basically
I
you've got
gave
one
my
lung's
breath
worth
to
of
somebody
breath
else, would
inside
I still?
that you can administer to somebody
Like,
else.
it's not like you're giving your entire breath to someone else, just like a little
I
bit.
guess. I
Well,
guess.
do you
That's
really-
fair.
Basically, if anyone goes down, they'll be
Listen,
breath-
I'll take the buff. I'll take the buff. Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah. I will say, just because I really want that scene to happen, I'm gonna say
The name of
yes,
first
that
is-
you can give your breath to somebody else and still have your own.
Okay.
Oh, does that sound fair?
You're a great wingman. Thank you.
Looking at you, Moonsick. Looking at you.
Oh my god.
Another appearance from Mercedes.
Oh my god.
The only way you're getting breath, my dude.
No,
You're
what'll
breathtaking.
happen?
No,
What'll
you're
happen?
breathtaking.
I'm not gonna spoil my thought. Let's go for it. As we stroll into the galley, Moon success to Animo. We're going to make a Denny's breakfast.
A Denny's.
Yes.
As
Oh
you,
my
as you do, you do see Killiu is kind of sitting there with like one arm tucked underneath, his left arm kind of tucked underneath his right hand, kind of like rubbing his chin a little bit as he's like looking about.
Dilly
he
or
sees
Kijori?
you.
Because you kind of
He Kajori, excuse me.
he said
excuse me.
kill you, and I'm like, who the f-
I don't know what was going on with that.
Killua?
Everybody wants to kill us?
You
Oh,
like
just
combined
wave
Kijori
chaser
and
crew.
Dilyu into one name, and it really fucking threw me off.
So sorry. Kajori, Kajori, like, you know, looks at you as you mention, like Denny's, and you see like a little light in his eyes as he's. I haven't been to a Denny's in a while. Oh man, there was this woman. She tended to this Denny's near my place back home. Man, she was He was wonderful. Ugh.
Wait a second. Tell me, where was the Denny's near your home?
Oh, just not too far from Phelan's.
No kidding. So the lady that you're talking about was the wasn't she? She was the Dragonborn lady, wasn't she?
No,
Oh, no.
that wasn't from Palmaflora.
That was darn it. Yeah.
She's the one who was turned into a.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to remember.
Oh shoot! Really? She's that chick that got fucking turned into a monster. Hell yeah!
No. That was out of character. Like
Bright
I'm trying to remember
mood
what
immediately.
I'm trying to remember what race that waitress was.
A human.
Yeah. Oh, she was a human. I thought she was something else.
I thought she was a dragonborn, bronze dragon or copper dragon.
No,
No,
We
was
just
the
went
part.
over
we
this.
saw
Right?
Hard
We're
get
trying-
turned into one. Into
Yeah.
a.
So the tender in Phelan.
No, but
the
Rocky,
bartender.
Rocky's seen it.
The bartender in Palmaflora was a
The
dragon.
bartender in Palmaflora. Yeah, the bartender in Palmaflora was a Dragonborn. The bartender for the Denny's in Phelan, that you guys are familiar with, she was human.
Hell yeah. Ah, yes. Then I know exactly who you're talking about.
We may have been fortunate enough to meet her.
Yeah.
No kidding. Oh, isn't she a beauty?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, small world.
Small world indeed. I remember waking up on several mornings and going to the Denny's and having a conversation with her.
You know, I once proposed to her.
You did not.
I did propose to her. Yeah, no, she turned me down. I try not to keep, I still like to keep my hopes up. Maybe one day I'll go back and...
But she's just so caught up with her job.
Moonzik gives a smirk. You know, you could go back to her and say that you've really grown up and made your way as a pirate. She might swoon over that.
Yeah.
Oh, pirate. I still can't
seems
believe
pretty
that.
impressive, no?
Impressive, sure, but she seems... I don't know. I really haven't done much, like... It's hard to call myself a pirate. It's just a weird feeling.
Well, you can prove it. You can go and you can see her, and then the Clovis Conford can try and catch you, and then, she'll know. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
I got it. She's a pirate, but now he's a pirate, but now he's retired.
You see, at mention
awful.
of the Columbus Concord, his face kind of drops, and yeah, no, maybe. And
I wanna say I'm sorry, and then say, well, we're gonna make a Denny's breakfast. Is it something that you'd be interested in helping with?
I mean,
I would love to. I was just planning on cooking myself. I know it's a little bit late in the day, but
well, we were going to cook for everybody, so let's all three make a grand effort towards it.
Let me look up Denny's breakfast menu again.
There just happens to be a Denny's breakfast menu on board, like posted to one of the walls.
I've actually written it down in it's in. That's actually what the book that I don't.
Captain Three Earrings spent the entire time with.
He says to you all, well, I'd love to make a traditional Denny's breakfast, but we don't have any eggs.
Oh.
What? What do you mean
they-
we can't make Denny's bennies?
As much as I too love Denny's bennies, eggs don't keep well on the ship.
That's awful.
Well,
Canon hates this.
What?
historically, if you had a single Frenchman on the ship, he'd get really mad at that because there's actually an event where the English an English sailor got on a French ship and was served a breakfast of eggs, despite them being, like 6 months out at sea. And he was like, "How the hell do you have eggs? Did you just stock up?" And they're like, "What? They keep." He's like, "No, they don't. They go rotten. You can paint eggs with wax."
Oh wow.
Ooh,
And they'll keep on.
didn't know that, but Jory doesn't know that either.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, no. Like, rare tech, but like a Frenchman would be like, "Excuse me."
Well, listen. I have an idea. I remember they had these cinnamon roll pancake breakfast.
Where the hell are you gonna get
That sounds
cinnamon?
pretty good to me.
I
We get the cinnamon roll pancakes. We get the hash browns on the side. A little bit of bacon, a little bit of sausage. We're golden.
I think that is a wonderful idea. I actually do have some cinnamon. You see, he does like he has spices and things. He says I don't use it quite often, but I'll tell you a secret. This will be the only act of like thieving that I have done. But we were shipping some cinnamon not too long ago, and I took a couple.
See,
and
you do
see
know what
like,
you're doing.
You see, there's like
Pirate
a couple
through
of
and
little. You see, there like he pulls out like 2 small little sacks of cinnamon. They're small, like no bigger than the size of your hand, but he does have 2 of them, which is quite a lot of cinnamon.
And we're gonna use all of it.
We're not going to use
And
all of it.
sugar.
Jesus Christ, we're not going to use all of it.
Have you ever heard of the cinnamon challenge?
No, what is the cinnamon challenge?
Oh God.
Or you throw a nugget through.
Well,
Sorry.
It's
You don't nugget throw.
well, where I grew up, we had this challenge where you took a spoonful of cinnamon and you put it in your mouth and you try not to cough it out again.
Basically, you waste cinnamon for no reason and possibly suffocate yourself.
Oh, that sounds
It's where you
absolutely
put
horrendous.
cinnamon through your mouth.
I bet you we could get Borth to do it.
Oh no!
I'm just saying. I think
another day.
Wait. I have an idea. It's between us 3. What if, alongside everyone's breakfast, we also include a spoonful of cinnamon? And we have to do it where this style of breakfast, it's tradition to start it off with a spoonful of cinnamon.
No, this is a terrible idea. Do we even have enough cinnamon for that?
we absolutely have enough cinnamon for that.
No!
You two, come on.
I look. I think it's just what we need to lift the spirits.
Can we at least get them a ton of drink?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. I think that after the events of last night, I think that we could use some booze this morning.
We're pirates!
Now that I don't have the captain telling me we can't drink all day, why not?
You can not tell me with a straight face that the dude just mentioned the fact that the captain wasn't there as a good thing. You take that back immediately, DM. That is not what happened. That did
he
not
absolutely
happen.
said it. He absolutely
Yep.
said
No,
it.
he did not.
Yep.
No, he's in his rebellious teenager phase.
Yep.
He made a joke just like you guys did.
Roll for
deception
Roll for
against
insight.
DM.
Roll for insight.
Insight.
roll for charisma against
I'll
the
roll
DM.
for it.
For charisma, DM roll charisma. All right.
Roll charisma, and that'll dictate how funny
Yeah,
the session
you can tell that he is joking and is absolutely distraught over having lost the captain. Not as distraught as others, but he's taking everything in stride. He's putting on a smile because
It's not a competition
looks-
about how distraught one is.
he looks
He's like holding in
he's
the pain
upset,
control.
but he also has the awareness of himself to be able to make jokes and function.
Ah.
You also notice with a 17 that you have a feeling that he is trying to get on your good side.
Aww.
I don't mind that.
Ulterior motive much?
Yeah,
I don't mind that.
he's explicitly trying to get on your good side. So
I noticed that. Cool.
As the futuristic kids would say, poggers.
Maybe he's worried that we're gonna kill him like we did his captain.
That's
Oh god.
oh no.
he says, "Shall we begin?"
Let's
All right.
Let's do this.
Everybody roll you can roll a survival or a performance check.
Survival or performance? Survival has. That's awful. I hate that.
A 7.
It's going to be survival for me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
can
no!
That's a 7. We
That's a
got 2
performance.
7s in a row.
Oh,
We're not
no!
rolling above a 7, are we?
Okay, so
survival or
Having the cinnamon challenge along with this breakfast, it's going to be a fucking slap to the face. This is a horrible idea.
I mean, cinnamon
So-
is
Okay, we have a
probably
cook
going to
with
be
us.
comfort, right?
oh, I don't know why I rolled.
Well, that's a nat
disadvantage.
20.
I don't know why you rolled. You're not even there.
yeah, I don't fucking...
Well, I guess that's not a roll.
Sorry.
No, we'll take it. We'll take it.
I shouldn't
No.
have been.
He whispers. He hits the deck too hard, and something really fucking tasty goes into a pot, and it just.
No, it's like Sanji. He just passes out and he just mutters whatever about cooking.
Exactly. Actually, that nat 20 was for the rat that's on my head.
Oh, okay then.
Oh, you guys
I'm
are
so
good.
sorry. I heard everybody do this, so it's like, oh, we're taking the cinnamon challenge right now. Don't know
Oh,
what I'm not on. Okay.
Ratatouille.
No, it's okay.
Can my 24 help them make me a good breakfast? Or at the very least, can it make it taste delicious to me because I have no understanding of what is good
Whoops.
food?
There we go.
I will
hope that didn't do
say
anything up.
your survival check was
overboard.
your survival check lets you know. This has nothing to do with food. But it
Something's
lets
not
you
right.
know that you notice that appears to be the place that just outside of the shark feather abyss. You haven't been moving, but you notice that you could probably use a rope or maybe a long stick to pick up some of the debris that's floating around the area. If you wanted, you notice. Yeah, you could. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up the
Nothing to do with food.
debris that you just randomly gave me.
Okay, so you. Okay,
Lip of the
so
tongue,
I have consequences for my actions. Okay, you take the
Or it's
rope.
fine because he's not an artificer, so he can't actually do anything with it.
You take a rope that was dangling still off the side of the ship, and you kind of pick it, you pull it a couple of times, you make like a loop, and you are able to fish up a piece of plank wood, just like wood debris, driftwood.
Thanks.
Nice.
If you get
So
3
you
more of
now
these, you
have
can
a
create
piece-
more of the ship, and then this becomes raft.
Now you have a rather, probably a 6 or 7 foot tall, big chunk of
Yay, driftwood.
and you just pull that shit up on deck.
Good for you.
Not sure
I
what.
am going to pose proudly with it.
For what?
This
Oh, I
will
heard
be
that echo so
forged
badly.
into the finest spear so that I can move on from my my days of using this pitchfork.
So back on track here. You guys, get set to cooking. You will say, trusting you with the knife skills that he has taught you last time with filleting a fish. He sends you onto the potatoes.
Terrible idea.
He
I just don't
he
peel them.
he yes, sure. He says, all right, you have to slice these up into small thin strips. The smaller the better, and they'll cook a little easier that way. Think you can do that?
But of course.
Okay, so you get set to cutting, and you don't peel. You start peeling a couple of them, and then your thumb hurts from pressing up against it. So you just start slicing, and most of the time when you start slicing them up, you try to cut off the little chunks that have skin on them, but there's a lot of skin in this. And the pieces that you cut are just a little too thick. But you don't know that.
I prefer the way too thin, but that's alright.
Just a mush.
Fucking mush.
Yes, mashed potato.
And then he comes over to you, Moonzig. He starts putting some flour, sugar, just a variety of things to make a pseudo dough, and tells you to mix it, leave it to rest,
yes.
then come back through and form it.
Yes. I'm going to make my mother's my mother's famous breakfast dough.
As you do that, you forget to leave it to rest, so it ends up coming out really dense. Not crazy. You did leave it to rest for a little bit of time, but not for as long as it should have been. Not for the full 30 minutes.
Well, with a failed performance check, you just try to flip the pancakes, and one of them just folds in half.
It's a pancake. I thought it was cinnamon rolls.
It's cinnamon rolls, bro.
No. Flip those too.
Oh, it's cinnamon
Oh, that's right. It
pancakes.
is cinnamon pancakes.
Breakfast.
Cinnamon roll pancakes.
Absolutely.
It's
Okay,
both,
so
my dude.
and you guys all get set to work after all this.
This is Denny's.
It is
You think
edible.
Denny's just serves regular cinnamon rolls?
They're edible.
They're edible. It's not bad. Even after frying them to a crisp, the hash browns appear to be a little more crunchy.
Ooh.
And not in the good way,
Oh.
right? They're a little undercooked, not fully cooked all the way through. There's just a couple, you try a bite, and then you kind of crunch into semi-raw potato, and you're like, well, it doesn't taste that bad, but it dries out your mouth. And the dough for the pancakes, they're definitely cinnamon. They taste cinnamony, but they're pretty dense, not fluffy like you had intended. But altogether, it is a meal. It's edible. You're pretty lucky that Kijori is is really good at cooking. I'll just say that. But you guys have for the next, 30 minutes or so cooking up, doing your thing. And yeah. Miles, what are you doing?
The breakfast.
What? You just cut out.
Turned up.
Kyle?
Kyle?
Yeah, I'm here.
You cut out really bad. Like, we didn't even hear a single
Because I
word.
turned up my stuff because I kept echoing and stuff,
Oh.
which I shouldn't be echoing at all, but I still am for some reason. Anyways, with the smell of the breakfast in the air, Miles will poke his head up and kind of start making his way up deck.
Nice. In short order, everybody appears on deck as you guys start to carry the made breakfast up. Most of the time, people come down for breakfast, but I think you all agreed serving it up on deck would be ideal. As you guys are carrying the hash browns and pancakes, you pass Heidi, who seems to be ever closer to finishing her box. She glances up at you and kind of goes back to work. She seems really focused. But you make your way up on deck, and everybody is gathered.
Except for Heidi, or
Yeah, except for Heidi.
Next order of business. So this ship itself belongs to the Reverie, and I'm sure there's probably some documents, some stuff tucked away in the captain's quarters, regarding the activities or members or anything of the Reverie. Do you guys have no issue with relinquishing any of that if we ever do find anything of that nature in the ship?
I mean, the only thing I have to say about it is the Plank King happy seeing the ship again if he catches wind.
I
But,
cannot understand.
You
You
cut
that.
out
sorry.
really bad.
Sorry. The Plank King, he probably wouldn't take too kindly to the knowledge that information slipping out into the hands, and he is not somebody you want.
So
Again, you keep cutting out.
the
I'm so sorry.
Who's the Plank King?
Oh,
Easy
the
leader.
I point towards the giant plank that
I love that. The Plank King.
He's
he's
the
the plank king.
Yeah, it's Brahms. Brahms the Plank King.
I'm the Plank King.
He's living a double life.
back up on deck. The sun's kind of beating down, taking and keeping the food as warm as it can be. And you all feel it on your face. As you look around, everybody's seated all around themselves. Brahm comes back up with a plate in front of his spot and a spoonful of cinnamon next to him.
What is this?
So, as we were preparing this morning's breakfast, for this food, we kind of came upon a tradition that, that's my family used to do whenever we'd take boat trips. Whenever we would have a breakfast like this, the first bite that we would take would be full of cinnamon.
It's really
Make-
delicious.
Make a deception check.
Oh, fuck!
Can I override that with like a 2? Oh wait, no, that's already one.
So, that's well below most of your passive
Insight.
insights.
Yeah.
So each one of you notices the slight grin on his face.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a tell, so that's perfectly acceptable.
You only have a tell if you roll below a certain number. That's how D&D works. Probably.
No.
Oh.
I don't know.
He has a flaw. It doesn't matter.
It is a character flaw.
Oh, never mind. I thought this was like a general thing.
I just couldn't keep it. I just couldn't keep that character flaw back. Apparently, this time around.
How do you all respond? Lily, you were saying something?
It sounds delicious. Is there spoons in front of everyone or just Brom?
And there's one in front of everyone.
Oh my gosh. Um, wait, time takes face spoon up.
Except
Seeing his look,
like Moonzik consciously did not put a spoon of cinnamon on Heidi's plate. Because
Well, Heidi, no. When he did not bring a spoonful for the plate.
yeah.
seeing
Because the
Moon's
spoons were there.
grin, I'm gonna look at him and say, "You first, Mr. Tradition."
Moonzik will heartily take up the spoon and like hold it in his and put it trying to stealthily, I don't know how, take a deep breath and then take the spoon into his mouth, pull the spoon out, and just hold his breath.
Okay.
Without making
Roll a
it look like
Constitution saving throw.
without making it look like he's holding his breath.
Oh
That is
boy.
not
This
what causes that, by the way. The coughing.
Well, he doesn't know that.
That doesn't help.
No, I know.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
15.
Of all fucking things.
You kind of go a little bit with this horrible taste in your mouth, but then kind of smile right at the end. The spoon's still in your mouth.
I'm just gonna continue watching as he holds the cinnamon in his mouth longer.
Did I not pull the spoon out of my mouth? I thought I pulled the spoon
Did you pull
out
the
of my
spoon?
mouth.
Okay, you pulled the spoon out of your mouth.
Where's the cinnamon gonna go?
He's holding it currently in his mouth.
I know, and I'm just gonna continue watching him.
And he has not
hasn't
swallowed. Yeah.
I know he hasn't
No,
swallowed.
no one check.
An insight? Okay. Oh
Watch his
God.
face turn bright red.
Yes!
9.
Check now.
I mean, I'm looking right at him. Is that really that hard to see whether he swallowed or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty. It's a pretty minute thing to notice. You did not notice.
All right,
was-
then. So I'm heartily
that-
gonna.
Constitution saving throw. So
Okay. Okay. So, given I didn't notice and he seems to be okay, I'm going to heartily take a spoonful.
I'm getting thrown
Well,
off
he's
the
a
ship
barb.
for this.
Come on, you're a
everybody
barbarian. You got this.
does know at the exact same time if you're planning on doing it.
Edward's not doing this. He just thinks y'all are crazy.
I'm not doing it.
You are
Okay.
all insane. He's gonna sprinkle some cinnamon on his pancakes, though.
But Quinn, you're in on this. Why are you making his intelligence save?
Because he can do it for the memes.
I mean, he did watch. He did absolutely watch Moonzik do this. So, it makes sense that he would. He would. Anyway, everybody roll Constitution saving throws if you took a bite. Okay?
Yo,
You're all rolling so high.
Oh my god. It's gonna end up being the fucking crew that end up coughing on this shit. I'm gonna look like a bad fucking person.
You really do.
you are a bad person.
Yeah, exactly.
This is your first act as captain.
No, this was my first act I was taking on before captain. Oh shit.
No.
Oh no, that's a 5.
Oh shit.
Yes, here we have Hyperion abusing his power once again.
Immediately.
Oops.
4, 12 or a 5, I don't remember.
No, that was...
It's with. I didn't mean to do it with disadvantage.
12 is like the higher. Well, it's the first one. So, well.
I am going to say that, like, as people put it in their mouth and they close the mouth over the spoon, Moonzik is going to cough it out and be like, "Oh, damn it!"
I'm going to essentially turn around and cough it up and be like, "You have the worst traditions."
Okay, so with that, there is a spew of cinnamon coming from Dejarkle and Borth's Borth's mouth. And Brom, actually, because Brom failed as well.
DC 15, okay.
Yeah, DC 15.
It should be DC 19, to be honest. We got lucky.
It is. Oh god.
As you guys spew it out in front of you in a big puff of cinnamon in the air, coughing uncontrollably. The Kajori, he happened to know that this was a bad idea, and he does join in, and he spews it all out. Most particularly Nemo and Mozik, you know that he's faking it. He he barely even put it in his mouth before he's puff in front of him. Weirdly enough, Dilliu seems to be trying to his eyes start kind of watering a little bit as he's trying to hold back the ensuing coughing storm before he too bends over the side and spits it all out onto the deck. Lily, what does Windchime do?
Can she manage to swallow it with maybe a small cough, but
Oh.
17?
Is this a good idea?
Yeah. Sure. You need to make another Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Because this causes vomiting. This causes vomiting.
No.
So.
No.
You swallow it, and there's only a moment before you end up vomiting to the side. As you're
at this
Water. I need water.
I stand up and whoa, everybody! What are you guys doing? Listen, I know this tradition. You just put a little extra on your first bite. What are you?
Oh my god!
Make a deception. Make it.
Okay.
Oh my
Make a deception.
fucking god! You're
It's
gonna.
funny, though. Is 12 okay? Fun.
Yeah. I would say most people. I think most people's passive. Insight. I know all the cruises. Beneath that, but passive insight. What's everybody's modifier for?
For insight?
What's everybody's modifier for insight?
Okay, mine is +1.
Or
Okay. So you catch the lie. Basically, if your modifier is 12 or greater, it catches the lie.
Okay.
I'd catch it.
Okay.
I just sprinkle a little bit on my first bite of pancake and just take a bite.
He certainly seems to be the wiser of us.
Hey.
I mean, this is a
Big
dinner
jump
table.
barbarian, no burr, right?
I don't think I'd need to ask you to refrain from throwing up all over the table. And then I'm gonna gesture my unseen servant to start scrubbing up like the cinnamon that's all and the vomit on the floor.
Okay. So the unseen servant moves the bucket
And the brush.
over to clean up the cinnamon.
I can't believe an Animo died on that fucking hill. Oh my god. Or at least defended that fucking hill.
Transcended, alright?
You all start to get passed around drink, both water and booze, if you so desire, and start digging in. It's not a great breakfast. You can see that effort was made, but it's not great. Especially now hindered by the taste of, bile and or the dry mouth accompanying such.
Well. If it isn't the consequences of our actions.
For most of you, it's hard to tell if it's because the cooking is just that bad or if it's because you just inhaled a bunch of cinnamon.
I think my taste buds are gone.
You're a tiefling.
So, while that happens, we're gonna pause there. Wind chime.
Yes.
You have just finished up moving everything to its proper place. What are you going to do with that big log? Like the driftwood? Like the long driftwood piece that was fished out?
It belongs to Brom, right?
Yeah.
I was just sitting on the deck.
Yeah, here. I will show you the deck so you can visualize. Yeah, so you basically moved all of these back into place, these, because they were all kind of just set up here.
Yes.
There's a piece of driftwood that Brom found here. I'm trying to make this. It was.
How big is it?
About that big.
That's light.
Oh my god.
But it's light because it's driftwood, right? Like it's.
Well, it's more of a wood plank that was like off of one of the buildings. It's not heavy because it started to float, but it is a rather large.
Folks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the
Are there
people-
any other shipmates on the deck?
Yeah, Borth is still mulling about, pulling on sails, doing his thing, watching you out of the corner of his eye to where you can't really notice. You see at the helm of the ship here is Diliu and Moonzik having quiet conversations, pointing and steering. You see, that the two, Edward and Nemo, are currently in the captain's quarters. Dejarkle is Oh, what did I say Dejarkle was doing? Oh, she was helping Borf. She's like up in the actual mast.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what you can see.
Okay. I go up to Borth again. And I clear my throat like
Yeah.
there's no place for the big plank.
Well, where did this come from? Oh, that's right. Brum pulled it up.
I think
guess
he wants to keep it.
Yeah, I would guess go ask him. If you could get it down the stairs, you might be able to get it in the crew's quarters where everybody's belongings are.
See if Heidi can use it.
Yes, just put a 10-foot long piece of wood in the place
Slide
where
it
everyone
under-
sleeps.
Yeah, just slide it under his hammock.
Like, or like above in the holes of the hammock,
is
up on
poking
top,
me?
so it's like balancing on top of the hammock.
No! Put it in with his stuff, but like etch a smiley face into it.
Leave a little note.
Brom, oh Brom. I wrote you a poem.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, so
Yeah,
what are you doing with this?
You were not paying attention.
No, I did zone out a little bit. What happened?
We're talking about your wood.
I am currently picking up one end and dragging it to the sleeping quarters.
Okay, so you are currently
Cracking it.
Wait, hold on,
down
sorry,
the
it's the
stairs.
The side, I'm sorry.
Fucking tear up the stairs.
Oh, I don't know, whatever.
Well,
I
there
don't, doesn't
goes.
matter. You're moving it, trying to get it in and turn it and twist it.
Is it bending at all? Is it wet?
Oh,
It is a little wet, but it's been drying for a couple of hours now. Just so you know, you, Brom and Heidi are about here.
So it's been a little bit, yeah? That's what I've understood, like, a fair amount of past.
Yeah.
How's she doing?
How is who?
Heidi doing? We talked a bit?
It's not so much, like, talking, but she does tell you thank you when you, like, hold the side of the box up or pass her something. You just notice that it's not so much she, like, wants to open up and talk about it, but she does seem to be more aware and, like, present.
Good.
And responsive, so... I don't know if there's a conversation you want to have with her.
Well, I don't know enough about what's going to happen, so I'm actually going to head off to talk to Moonzik. But I am going to... But I do want
stairs
to...
are you going through?
Well, there's...
Yeah, which stairs
So
are you
you were here.
Mhm.
I established she was coming down these.
So like, I'm going to pass her?
You attempt to go up these stairs, and she currently has the stick something like this, trying to get it down the first
I'm going
turn.
to just immediately help her with the turn without thinking about it. Like, it needs to be done. Clearly, like, the wood's having a hard time getting through. It needs to be done.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Stop
God.
saying things that are
The
what
wood
that
is having a hard time.
man. Like,
God.
this is ridiculous. The
It was-
amount of them that have been in the last, like, 5 minutes are
I mean,
insane.
like, if can I hear them like banging the wood against, like, you know, the side of the decks and all that?
What are you doing right now?
Wood?
I mean, can I
you
go over
would,
them and
yeah.
help?
Actually, you guys are inside her
Yeah,
her
we
room,
just
so
wait,
you guys
wait.
give
you
us a
guys
bubble.
hear the clunk, clunk, Clunk.
Like,
This-
like
this
I
has
imagine.
Everything all right in there?
I'll say-
What are you guys doing?
We'll say this has happened after the conversation between Moonzik and you guys. You guys went back in there.
So I'm just hearing clunking from the other side, and not given any context at all.
Yes. like a knock, like pretty like a pretty sloppy knock, right? It's where like it's not just like a consistent, it's like a knock 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 knock. You hear scrape, bang, twist, bang, twist, scrape.
A lot to the imagination.
I imagine.
That's fucking 20 gold
I imagine,
already.
I was
You
gonna
haven't
say,
even
well,
looked
there
at
goes 100 gold. I imagine Moonzik is watching this unfold in front of him as he watches this giant ass piece of wood go down the stairs.
Yeah, yes, you did see her do that, and
watching
occasionally she'll pull, like, if it's okay with you, Lily, you'll like back up with it really far, just so that you like can barely see the tip of her head and like a little bit of wood sticking out, and then she like rushes forward back out of your sight. And you're like, bonk.
I'm just gonna forget the angle. Like I'm used to building like temporary structures.
Yeah.
So it's just easy for me with a second person to help her get the angle. It goes down easily afterwards.
Moonzik mutters to himself, "Is this really what I have to look forward to? Guys, please don't damage the stairs too much."
It's fine, everything's fine. And just after Mom's help, you do manage to get it magically. I mean, I don't know how this picture I drew is not possible. You guys, it's okay. You guys get it in here.
But I have spell slots and there aren't any combat encounters. What am I going to do with them?
the driftwood, in order to get it out, we just cut a hole in the side of the ship.
Not just cut the driftwood in
No. The driftwood needs to be the full size. We gotta cut holes in the ship in order to accommodate the other way around.
No, it was a supply. It's a supply to help with boarding up the ship if something's damaged.
Yes, we can use it later to fix the hole that we made.
The last thing I want is if we get asked an uncomfortable question, to have to be entirely forthcoming.
Well, you'd only have to do that if you were inside the zone.
She brings it up a good point. We don't actually have to be in the zone with him.
Still, I don't think it's entirely necessary to have Zone of Truth.
Yeah, save your spell slots, my man. Wait a second, what are those?
How do you know how magic works?
I have no clue. I have a headache.
Roll for Arcana.
I have a headache. Ow.
It's like the headache almost feels like a fourth wall break. You know? Like something breaking, like a wall. You know.
Yeah.
Did Brom just hurt himself in confusion?
I believe I did.
Brom, roll a
Take
d4.
1d10 emotional
Oh
damage.
my god.
Oh, okay.
I'm fucking around. You don't actually have to.
Yo.
Oh.
One psychic damage.
One.
I'm doing it too.
Lounging in their Concord clothes, which are basically these the ones that they have on are green like cloths with a white undershirt for both of them. It appears to be some sort of uniform. It's grubby for sure.
As I see this, before we really get into view, I'm gonna grab Moonzik and pull him aside. And I'm gonna go. I almost forgot. Do you want to be seen this way? To the Clovis Concord. I'm sure they will report back.
That is a good idea. I should probably change into my other persona then. Let everyone know in quiet while I step out for just a moment.
They'll never say come in.
Or rather, before I step in, let everyone know.
I'm gonna quietly let everybody know in a hushed whisper. Moon's getting changed.
I mean, he doesn't really have to dress for the occasion. I mean, you know,
Am I
we're
wearing the
literally just
wrong
meeting some
clothes?
gods.
I'm gonna look
A
at
moment
both
later.
of them and
Wearing
be
the wrong.
like,
Should I change?
I'm gonna look at both of them and go, no, the other kind.
What other kinds could there be?
You mean like
Okay,
horns?
Animo starts
mean-
to take off his pants.
Are you guys in the room with them?
No,
Like,
no,
you
not at
just
all.
kind of basically open
Not
the
in
door,
any
glance
way.
in.
Not in any way have we gone in.
Yeah, we are outside the room. This was me, like, seeing that we're nearing our destination and realizing, oh shit, Moonzik might walk in without changing.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
As he puts it.
after
And we
seeing-
wouldn't want that.
See, we're doing this
Seeing-
thing known as being not fast.
Seeing as you all are kind of like outside the room, seeing Anemo start to kind of like take off of his linens, Kajori like looks over and kind of like raises an eyebrow and does anybody have a passive perception of 12 or higher?
I got 13.
Moonsick, despite the fact that he's outside of the room, has 12.
Okay.
Report.
So
I
Moonzik, you
have
don't
12.
hear it.
No.
Mine is
I
11.
have 12.
I have
Okay,
12.
so everybody except for Anemo hears Kajori whisper under his breath, I can't deny that I was curious, but I mean, maybe isn't the right time or place.
Whoa, okay.
I will continue to be clueless.
I mean, at least this time he isn't doing it.
I'm gonna stop Anemo and be like, dude, like his face.
Oh, makeup! I've got you.
A moment
It's
later,
totally okay.
His face wears any clothes. Oh.
To the outpost, the office.
Okay. Mind if I cast like minor illusion? Like it's like a crudely made box, right? Made out of improvised wood and stuff, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I'd like to randomly just cast minor illusion and then make text across the the casket, like this side up cargo, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and then fragile, like the fragile text across it as well, like stamped across the top, right? All of that, just to make it inconspicuous.
I mean,
Absolutely.
okay.
Alrighty. And he points to you and Nemo.
Yeah. What? Sorry, I'm just introducing myself.
Your name.
Yeah, your name.
Sorry. Anemo. That's my name.
Last name?
Your mom. I say Ramon is what I say.
Okay.
Well then.
He goes through and takes everybody's first and last name down, along with where they are from.
I'm gonna go. The less I know, the less that can incriminate me in court. Plausible deniability and all that. I'm gonna go to bed.
Fair enough.
It is literally noon.
Oh.
Wait, I thought this was the same night.
No.
No.
This is the next
No, that's
morning.
the morning.
Then I'm going to walk out to the library, even though I don't know how to read, and I'm going to attempt to learn.
Oh God.
Okay, roll a straight intelligence check.
Oh god.
Oh.
Where is my character?
Or at least
Normal.
read more.
Yes. Read more.
Because you have a basic understanding of language. Written
Yeah.
language.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So you go to the library. You grab the first book that you see. Yes, yes. That's
Yep.
exactly the book that you. That's exactly the book that you pull, and your finger trails underneath every word, and you say it out loud. You're like, C spot run, C spot, and it continues. And
Can I make it canonical that Brian is
Yes.
also in the library at the same time, and she's reading a dissertation on the history of politics in the city?
yes, yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Oh, sweet Lord. Sweet Christ.
And it is going to reach out to slash you with its uncomfy claws. So let me.
It's uncomfy claws.
Uncomfy claws.
I use the move uncomfy, claws.
You see its like face kind of like slow open. It's really gross and really unsettling. Munzik.
He's going to step forward. Wait, shit. First, I should probably retract my movement. Instead of just assuming that it's okay. 10, 15. I'm going to step right here. And I'm going to attack with 2 daggers on that enemy.
With sneak attack.
First one. 13.
Yes.
Hits. And I'm going to roll the second one right away before damage. 19.
14.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
Okay. 6.
Oh, you do get sneak attack on one of them.
6.
He's getting there.
6.
Whoa, 666. It's cursed, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Deception is
Ladies
cursed.
and gentlemen, Beelzebub appears from the ground.
Guys, everybody take a level in Warlock.
I'll take 3.
Okay. Anemo, is there anything that you would need to do? Remember, you cannot see anything that's going on in the chamber, with the exception of maybe you can see this guy. If you peek your head in.
I mean, could you argue that since Sacred Flame is radiant, that you can, it like briefly lights it up, but he can't see it, so the range attacks are disadvantaged?
There's a one coming up the hill, the thing at us. Can I see that?
Yes. You can smell it.
I can.
But yeah,
smell
if you peek your head in, like basically move up right here.
I want to look for like any like chair or something that I could just like drop on.
It's not straight down, it's a slow slope, so you could throw something down there, but it's not going to like drop on it.
Is that like a ranged improvised weapon attack?
Yeah.
You know, that means add a d4.
I'm having trouble because if there's something there, then like we can't get anybody out. You know?
Yep.
I'll still go with my idea. I'll check something at it, or I'll check something supposedly at it.
Roll.
So would I do that?
Roll. Yeah, roll to hit plus your. I think it's +7 for you. No, maybe that's a little high.
Are you proficient in the?
Do I roll my hit
It's 4.
dice? Is that what that is?
Yeah, you roll to hit plus, so it's 1d20
it's
plus
your
4.
dex mod because it's a ranged
1d20
attack, right?
plus
Sure.
It's your dex mod because it's a range.
I'm fine with +4.
My dex? Okay, no.
You can use your strength. I don't give a
+4.
shit.
We'll do +4.
And add a d4 because it's an attack roll.
And there's also bless to hit.
No, you can reckless attack. Technically, you can reckless attack to negate, like, to gain advantage.
T4.
Crit fail.
If I add something, is it still a crit fail?
Yeah, that's how attacks work. Roll a d100.
It's ranged. Alright, whatever. You want to
29.
29. That's the pointed end. Hit self.
plus D4 plus 3, so 29, 20. Okay.
No.
You drop the rock on
ahead.
your foot.
Go ahead and roll 1d20 again.
Drop the rock on your foot. It's a little awkward.
Oh my god!
So it fails. No, you fine. You are totally okay. Nothing happens. You attempt to do it, and you kind of drop the chair in front of you.
You know what? You know what really happened is
You rolled
instead of
2d.
dropping it, I turned around, put it down, and sat in the chair. And then
He completely forgot what he was doing.
He grabs the chair.
You ever have that moment where you completely forget what you're doing?
Sorry, what are we doing?
Talking to Borth.
Okay, talking to Borth. He meant the same thing as the other ones. Borth comes out there. He just seems to be rather chatty. Not like he doesn't seem like he has any care in the world, to be honest.
Scale of Heidi to Kijori, how chatty is he?
He's he's Borth. Like a Borth level chatty.
Oh, that's pretty accurate, not gonna lie.
Like, again, he's chatty enough, but he is a man of
Less words than
less
Kijori.
words. Right. Alright, I'm gonna assume that everybody orders their food. The paella, it's delicious. Rice, white beans, seafood, great. Somebody orders the gazpacho, which is obviously a cold soup made from pounded vegetables and fruit. Somebody ordered the snake lox noodles, which is sea anemone tendrils coated in honey batter, delicately fried, and the bourbon chicken, which is delicious, and some sort of Marquesian spice rub, some sort of sauce, great. The breakfasts are divine, and while you guys are eating, he comes up to you for your total bill. For everybody, it's gonna end up being, for the drinks, the food, the whole shebang, it's gonna end up being 38 gold.
Oh, that's not terrible.
Total or like each?
Total.
I got it. I'll pay for everything. Strength
I'm
on
gonna
me.
say no.
Useful.
This is my last time in the party. 38 gold.
Exactly.
Brom,
take
you
it.
need
I
to
got
save
it.
your gold for rebuilding your ranch.
You're going home to your family.
Trust me,
Can I
gold
not-
has inherently far more value to you than it does to the majority of us.
Can I not thank the party who got me it? 38 might hurt, but it won't end me.
No, you keep it. I got this.
I would like to enter a rage and pay for it.
Whoa.
Okay, roll for
Calm
intimidation.
Calm emotions, please.
Fuck.
Calm emotions. Oh wait, we're out. We have no more saving
Oh
levels.
no!
Oh, I did not mean to roll with advantage.
That's okay,
Sorry.
the first one was 17.
Fuck.
What do you feel? Do you feel sufficiently
Can I cast Silvery Barbs?
threatened?
I am going
late,
to
you
pay
didn't
for
cast
this.
it.
Let me pay for my party.
Silvery Barbs is after they make the roll, yeah.
I'm gonna say nah, don't worry about it. Just... yeah.
If you're not going to allow us to pay for the whole meal, at least allow me to go half with you on this.
You're gonna have to roll persuasion with me on that.
Oh.
12.
Yeah, no.
No.
I insist. You guys were the only thing that allowed me to do this. This is the least I can do.
Well, I mean, to be fair, coming from a noble household, it is, or at least a relatively well-off household, it is, it does demonstrate a lack of courtesy to deny somebody else's goodwill. I think we should probably accept.
Can I do reverse pickpocket and put the money back into his pocket?
God damn it!
Oh, for sleight of hand.
Miles is gonna get up and just walk outside and say, "Thanks for dinner, everybody."
He just like steps out. He's like, I ain't gonna, like, someone else is paying for it. That's all that matters to me.
Oh, we gotta save our money for our gambling. What do you think?
That's right.
Okay, roll sleight of hand, wind chime.
Okay.
Like silvery barbs if he passes on perception. I want this to happen. It's funny.
I would turn that off.
10.
Does he have to like make a contested perception?
What is your passive perception?
My passive perception is 12.
Ooh.
So meets it, beats it.
So I notice her
So
do
that-
this. Now what do I do?
That's up to you.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't.
I'm going to pitchfork your
As
hand.
much as I want to pay, if she's willing to sneak the money into my pocket, I might as well accept the fact that she's also insisting.
Okay.
Nice. The honorable way.
Okay, so who's paying?
Me, but then Lily. So I'm
Okay.
gonna hand the gold over, and then Lily slides me the exact amount, so it's out of
Okay.
Lily's pocket.
Hello, everybody. My name. Gonna roll with
Well,
it.
that's one way to start it off.
Gonna roll with
great.
it. Welcome
Somebody
back.
clip that.
Somebody. Hello, hello. Fuck.
Anybody else?
Edward would like to buy cartographer's tools, because up until then, he's just been using whatever's in Captain Three Earrings' quarters. How much would
Absolutely.
that
Would Captain Three Earrings not have had cartography tools?
She does have cartography tools.
just take those instead and just pocket them
Yeah,
now that we've
yeah.
become full-on pirates?
Sure. Yes, you can add cartography tools to your.
Nice.
Pirates.
Very clearly not pirates.
Stole something from a boat, that makes me a pirate.
A pirate amongst privateers. That's it. I found the title for this video. Good night, everybody.
You go there and you spend many a night dancing. Now, dancing, drinking, and having a few good laughs. Go ahead and roll. This is for 3 days. Roll 3d6 for me.
Okay. Is it /r or r/?
/r.
/r.
This is not a Reddit page. I'm sorry.
We don't do that.
Okay. For the night's festivities and like the 2 nights that you went, it's gonna end up costing you 11 gold to go out there, dance, shake your booty, drink, meet a couple people, and whatnot. In particular, you met a young halfling woman. And write this down because I'm improvising it, by the name of Landis. By the name of Landis. I guess I'm making it up. By the name of Landis, who frequents the clubs of the area and whatnot. And just is very much a party goer and a one who spends most of the nights and many days out experimenting with a variety of alcohols and some drugs. You found out.
Okay, well then.
Fun.
So
Yes, magic cocaine.
you can put in your notes that you have a contact, Landis, halfling woman. She and you can put in there that you think that she probably has dealings with certain illicit substances within the city. Did you try any of them?
I got a question. Are magic mushrooms in D&D actually magic?
What did you say, Lily?
That they're not magic in real life.
Mushrooms are always magic. What the fuck you on?
Yeah, I really like shiitake and cremini.
Oyster
Low-key
mushrooms.
Yeah, we're not talking about drugs being positive on this channel, guys. Cameron's streaming.
Did you
Come
try?
on, guys.
Did you try any of these drugs while she was participating?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a 1d4.
Parental guidance.
Whoa. Whoa. Did Lily just agree to try random drugs from a stranger?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a
From a
1d4.
stranger, no less.
Pog!
Okay,
What?
that one.
Oh no.
After the night's activities, you were hanging out with Landis, partying, doing your thing, really feeling it up under the stars. And you ended up trying a drug. It's imbibed by fumes. And it is called
Dragon's blood.
Emily.exe has crashed.
It is called
Dragon's root.
No, I have.
What kind of that?
He's looking for it.
So
Give me a sec.
it causes
Okay.
it causes like random bouts of uncontrollable laughter for one day.
Oh god.
So for an entire day after imbibing this, it causes we're gonna call it
Tasha's herbs.
Tasha's herbs.
Tasha's feather duster.
Toshrooms?
Yeah, we'll call it. We're gonna
Tasha's
call
hideous
it.
feather duster.
We're gonna call it friendly fumes. Okay.
All right.
Friendly. Yeah, friendly fumes.
Friendly strangers.
It causes uncontrollable laughing for one day in random bouts. You can roleplay this however you so desire. As it was the last night that you imbibed it, so therefore the first day of after, you're still under the effects of such a substance. It also causes you to be incredibly friendly with people and overly trustworthy, of them. So often
didn't
somebody
literally just accept drugs from a stranger.
Yeah. Oftentimes, after imbibing friendly fumes, you end up giving your friends a lot of compliments and just being very happy that they're around, and very trustworthy of strangers. So uncontrollable laughing, and lots of compliments to your compatriots for the next one day.
This is the most wholesome drug and can not be used in any capacity to make people overly trusting of your malicious deeds whatsoever.
Go ahead and roll for you, Edward. Roll me a d20, and also Moonzik, roll me a d20.
Aye.
12.
Okay.
19.
19. Ah,
we even
so close.
We even rolled the same number together.
Yeah.
So
We're so me and
D20 with a portent die of 19.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay.
But I did roll a 19.
Alrighty.
I thought you rolled a 12.
You rolled a 12, Rocky.
Cameron rolled a 19.
It can be a 19.
Fucking pork dice.
Okay.
Best use of portent dice. Make full-on memes.
So, after spending your days reading, researching, partying, and trying drugs,
Trying drugs.
it is. Well, actually, I need to edit these days because it's been 3 days. Let's see.
Oh my god.
I love how hilariously the most practical, useful version of that was probably the trying drugs.
You all should take drugs from strangers. It never goes wrong.
Yeah.
Kids,
Never.
follow Lily. At this point, I'm leaning into it. Screw the TOS.
Fucking damn it!
You can't say
Evan.
the word "screw the TOS." You can't say that.
Not
Wow,
in that
you
order.
didn't-
You can say. You can,
You can
say,
say
it
screw.
in a different order.
Somebody. I'm actually probably going to say. Anemo, you're up in the crow's nest, right?
Always.
Oh,
Roll
He
me a
has
perception
claimed it
check.
as his own.
also at this point, are we like away from sight of the city?
Nope.
Not yet. Okay.
Roll me a perception check.
Perception has been rolled at 5.
You're too
Notice
busy
nothing.
feeling the wind in your hair.
Yeah.
Just feeling it up here.
Oh,
I'm not really
no.
looking for anything.
You all.
Wind in his air. Haha. He's an air
Haha.
gymnast.
Ha ha ha.
You end up backing. You guys end up backing the ship up and just starting to turn it around to go full sail forward. When you, who's on deck right now?
I would say Cheem.
Everybody. Okay. When.
Yeah.
You know what? I would say you in particular, Moonzik. Not Moonzik. Excuse me. You in particular, Windchime. Since you've been kind of hanging around Borth and doing bozemanly activities. Roll me a perception check.
Good call asking the cleric with high wisdom.
Hi.
17.
You see a hand.
What?
You see a hand on the railing of the ship.
What? Is it attached to a body?
Nope.
What a great question. I don't know.
Great question.
Oh god.
This is important information.
Who knows, really?
It does appear to have a body attached. As an elvish woman pulls herself up over the edge.
Whoa. Is she beautiful?
She's very beautiful. Do you want to see a picture of her?
Yeah.
Okay. Hair wet.
Whoa, like a
Um,
mermaid.
Hair wet, shoulders wet. It was a shower. It was sorry.
Why are we like this?
Okay.
Ooh.
Alrighty. What happens once this elvish woman appears? I'll just set her here.
Already the cannons were under attack. We don't have that.
Is Edward up on deck? Or no?
He's out getting cleaning supplies. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
What
you
are you
must be
on?
not.
Oh, it's
Clearly
not. Never
you
mind.
would
I'm
not.
being dumb.
You're
No. Edward is
got left behind.
prestidigitating the floor. You just see squares,
Not left
literally
behind.
squares of uncleaned floor, like right next to like tiles of like cleaned 10-foot squares. On
So
the
you
floor.
are up on
And
deck.
he's just like prestidigitating floor repeatedly.
What?
Also with like a random invisible floating mop. Like,
Holy shit!
rubbing the floor
Me
behind.
and this girl are wearing the same pants. We're gonna get along
Yeah.
so well.
Yeah, I thought that was funny too.
Wait, you guys share pants? Cool.
So,
Uh,
Edward, are you
I
on
might
deck
as
or
well-
not?
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
You are on deck?
oh my
Wearing
god.
the same pants.
Immediately you hear, Edward, I told you to tell me before everybody went off. Now I had to go jump in the water.
Wind chime falls over.
You pardon?
We met in the library. I said before you go, let me know. I'm joining you guys. Come on.
I'm Edward.
What the fuck is going on down there?
I have no idea. I mean, she came to me in a library once when I was studying up about the laws and policies in this area.
So you mean to
And
tell
she
me
said she just declared herself to be in the party for some reason. I didn't really take note of it, or
Edward,
What?
if you're going to allow someone to come into our party, you can at least have the
Are we
courtesy
a party?
to welcome her aboard. Now,
Flashbacks. Roll a
Flashback.
constitution. Roll a constitution saving throw, wind chime.
oh no.
or pass out Mercedes style.
DC 15, by the way.
What?
Give
What?
me a second.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Not bad.
It is 15. She
Ooh,
passed barely.
You suppress the urge to just uncontrollably laugh.
Yeah? Oh, I just swallowed it down.
Good
Cinnamon
job.
got something on me.
Would like to cast Tasha's hideous laughter on her. I mean, what?
Wait, hold on a minute. If you if you never mentioned her or anything and she's trying to come after you, is this your girlfriend?
Edward,
Yes.
you didn't tell me you had a girlfriend.
We
can go on double
literally
date.
don't know who she was. She randomly appeared to me in the library, and she said that, like, she was in the party and just kind of declared it. She never said anything else.
Edward,
What?
you don't have to
Don't
be
say that I'm
embarrassed.
always red.
Oh, so she's an admirer. Why are you leading her
She's
on
in
like
love
this?
with you, Edward.
I'm literally. I don't think she admires me. She literally just came
Oh.
here and declared she was in the party. I'm very
You're
confused.
really
Oh,
don't put
oh,
yourself
no,
down,
no,
Edward.
I get it
you're,
now.
You're really something.
I get it now. She's a stalker. Why haven't you distanced yourself from her?
First of all, stalk the entire.
Why
premise is that
haven't
they won't
you
let
distanced
distance.
yourself from
Second
her?
of all,
That's
I have literally
call
never
this
seen her.
victim
since
blaming?
I lived
victim blaming for real. What the fuck, bro? You can't just do that.
Moonthing is just having fun with this. You're
Just
right,
gonna
I said.
slide down. I'm
Brian-
gonna slide
Brian,
down.
at this point, while they're all arguing, is going to head below decks as stealthily as she
Hey,
can.
roll a stealth check.
And if she can, she's gonna set herself
With
up
the
in
knowledge
sleeping
that I am
quarters.
currently looking at you.
Oh, hold on. Make a stealth check.
Okay, I'm making a stealth check.
I have perception fucking ready to go as well.
Oh, I didn't mean to
Okay.
roll that with advantage. It's a 13.
That's okay. 13. You
My
start to
passive,
make
my passive wisdom is
I'm-
11, by the way.
you
So
start
she'd
to
make
make. Well, yeah. Wind chime. What's your passive perception?
I think it's 12.
Okay, yeah. Then you, as they're like bickering amongst
Mine is
themselves,
13 on the dot.
Does he?
13, then you.
You get to
You get to
choose whether or
choose.
not you notice.
Yeah.
You know what? Edward is just not going to. He's just going to keep arguing for everything that he's somehow trying to defend, but not actually for some reason. He's just very confused.
So you make your way down below deck, and you're going to the quarters, I assume?
Yep, and I'm just gonna set myself up in there.
Okay, yeah, valid. Okay. Moments pass amongst your
I actually
bickering.
can't find the disadvantage thing.
I will
Okay,
fix
so
it
it's
for
on
you.
your core, right?
Yeah,
you
I know
the
where it
bio
is.
spell?
I've done it a ton of
left
times. It's just not there.
It's not there because it's not toggled. So go ahead and next to your spells, there's a little cogwheel. You're gonna click that. Perfect. Then you're going to go right below that cogwheel. It says like V4.21.
Yep.
See where it says roll queries?
Right.
Toggle that to advantage toggle.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, moments pass. In fact, probably upwards to 45 seconds to a minute. And you all glance around when the conversation lulls just a little bit to notice that the woman is gone.
And now she's.
Where did that girl go? Was anyone here keeping an eye on her?
I thought that was your task. You're the one that brought her here.
No, my task was to clean up the deck. That's why you see that floating broom with the unseen servant swabbing it.
Well, I suppose keep an eye on that. I'll go below deck and...
I didn't hear a splash sound or anything, so I assume she didn't jump. Do you think she might be in the deck?
Possibly. I'll go take a
I'm
look.
gonna send my crow flying down into the deck.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, so your crow encounters a closed door to the quarters.
I'm gonna like bolt down. Just like I'm gonna bolt down, open the door, like.
I suppose Cheem is going to follow behind.
So we'll
Okay.
Yeah.
So you all, is a Nemo coming with too?
Yeah, I'll slide down.
It's a party in the bunkers.
So you all make your way to the quarters. As you fling open the door, Edward, you see setting up a meager amount of belongings around what appears to be the previous empty hammock of where Dilly once was.
Oh.
Oh.
I miss Dilly.
Hey, come on! What's the big idea? You're barging in this ship and like it's your own. What's your deal here,
So
lady?
place to sleep, don't I? And come on, you guys could always use some extra help. I'm a capable adventurer. Okay, well.
What's your name again?
Oh, my name is Brian. Nice to meet you. And she's gonna have this huge smile and hold out her hand for a handshake.
Yeah, Winston takes it and smiles right back. It's so good to meet you. My last name is also a food.
Oh.
Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Otherwise, like doing combat training during the days and then like during the evenings after dinner, Moonzik would retreat to the captain's quarters to study Captain Three Earrings and practice what it would be like to impersonate her. And
Brian wants
in private, of
Brian
course.
wants to get to know more about the adventures of the crew and everybody. Essentially, she wants to get caught up on the story. Again, don't have to roleplay that unless somebody has like beautiful
Nominate
version
Windchime
of
to tell
the
the story
story.
between giggled laughter.
You ask one evening where Moonzik is, and everyone says he's down in the captain's quarters. You walk in to a cat lady with no clothes because he hasn't perfected that yet.
I'm sorry. I'll come back later.
That might be best.
It's like you say in like Moonzik's voice. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that would be best. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay.
That's good damage.
Good damage.
I'm drawing.
It,
I'm going to. If that doesn't draw the fucking aggro, I don't know what will.
I am a wizard that's drawing aggro.
You hear the harpy squeal. I don't know what squealing is, but it squeals.
It's the singular version of Skrillex.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else for your turn, Winzig? It is now the matriarch's turn, and it is going to. It's gonna fly away, out of sight. The harpy.
I thought its wing was ripped and it couldn't fly.
Oh.
Nope, half speed.
Yep.
Okay. I got rid of it. Let me place it again.
Oh, that's a little awkward.
Just a tad.
Hopefully I attached it. Did I attach it? So it was here? I did not attach it. We're gonna pretend like it's there.
Okay.
It's gonna be here. Got it.
Yep, that works.
Okay. That's just how it is.
That's just how it
is.
You just hear the Windows error sound occur. No, that's shutting down. I was thinking more of the thum.
Alrighty, so you make your way into the Fog and Frog Tavern. The tavern appears to be bustling with activity as you all enter. Alrighty, and you're welcome to place your tokens down if you so desire. Otherwise, you can tell me what you're doing.
Well, they deal with business. Ebony is going to go up to the barkeep.
I'm sorry,
and
who?
Ebony?
Ebony. What the hell? Wrong elf. Wrong campaign. Wrong everything.
Wrong state of mind.
Wrong brain.
Your state of mind. I may or may not have also gone out and bought these, and she's gonna hold out a pair of handcuffs. They were alarmingly cheap.
Well, I mean, we have rope, but I suppose this will do as well.
That's so professional.
Honestly, I don't know why they sold it to me. It was incredibly cheap for what they are.
You did get it at Fringle's Pawn and Store. And I did want to specify that these particular handcuffs are fur-lined.
Moonzik would like to roll an insight
They
check.
do have a key. They work just like regular handcuffs, but they are fur-lined.
Moonzik would like to roll an insight check.
Yeah, roll it.
Oh, okay.
12.
That's a 10 for a 12.
Alright.
What are you rolling insight on? On the handcuffs themselves or on Brian?
On the handcuffs, because those aren't normal handcuffs.
Yes. So with that, it's not hard to tell. Those are absolutely already used handcuffs.
Oh no!
That as if going based off of what Brian was saying, was gotten at a pawn shop, and but they you can definitely tell they have been used before, and
yikes!
But
but they would work just fine
Like
for
this
any.
morning.
Not quite this morning. At least, well, that's up. I suppose that's up to Brian. But
Did not test them out. I do not know what you are all implying with your naughty thoughts.
I'm not really thinking anything of those handcuffs. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
But yeah, that's the
I don't
information.
see-
I'm
you're
not
finding
thinking
out.
anything of those handcuffs.
I'm glad that we
I'm
have
not
a
thinking
pair of
about those handcuffs.
I'm glad that we have a pair of handcuffs, but they make me
I
a
like
little
fur.
uncomfortable.
Actually, they look really comfortable. Like the fur lining it is going to be so
Oh
much
my
kinder
God.
to people's wrists when you arrest them.
I agree.
Only thinking about the comfort of our captives, huh?
Well, I mean, we don't want to like be harsh to them. Remember when we like had those captives like last week in the boat and we didn't even
Like last week.
It was a week ago.
It
Oh my
was, and I
God.
fucking love it.
I think so too. Do you think we should probably go inside and investigate it further?
Definitely.
Would it be wise to take the main entrance, or do you think we should probably go to one of the side entrances? I had
Well,
calls
if we
of
believe
everything.
if we believe it's abandoned, we go through the main entrance. If we believe they're holed up, then we make our presence known as allies before we go in the main entrance. I see no reason to sneak around.
Did anybody try knocking?
With that, Brian is going to walk up, feeling slightly sheepish, and knock on the door. Hello there! Is anybody inside? We are adventurers and we're here to help! Hello?
Okay, it looks like they're not here.
Hey,
Time
maybe
to
they're
break
just
down the
scared. Hello! We are very friendly, we promise. Right? We're friendly, right? Well, that's what
Probably going nowhere.
They're friendly pirates.
They do not like nature rules.
They don't like anything pertaining to
Yeah.
intelligence today.
We
Can I roll
Name
Arcana instead?
roll me a perception check.
I can't.
Boonsick or a Namo?
A name.
Nemo. I've got terrible perception.
You're doing better than me.
You think over in this area, in this far corner, there appears to be a small
My what?
in the hole in the mortar.
There's something over there. It's like a
Like a hole in the mortar.
like a hole. The mortar.
Music's gonna take a closer look over here. Like maybe do you think it's gonna there's a side secret entrance perhaps?
Can I roll Arcana and say yeah. What happened?
Why do you have the turn tracker?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I just stepped
Initiative
here.
Oh, motherfucker!
We're fighting these trees.
Oh hell!
Moonsick, back up!
No, you stay where you are.
Deck saving throw.
With all of these bloodstains, somebody, if not more than one person, was slain here. Go ahead and roll me either or in investigation check, or both. You can. One person can do it with advantage. You are helping.
Do you want to roll it with advantage, or what's your wisdom modifier?
It's an
+4?
investigation. It's an investigation.
So investigation is intelligence.
Yep.
What's your intelligence one? Is
Is
it more than +1?
Investigating. No, it's 0.
Okay. And I have a better chance at investigation.
But I click the teeth in your direction.
Does that help me? Do I roll?
Okay,
this
go
for
ahead. Get your advantage. Go ahead. You're looking for anything to take your
Oh
mind.
my god! What the
Yeah, you know,
God!
you really are not sure.
Yeah,
You're not sure
you don't say.
about
I
how
think
many
those teeth
people.
might be from my dad, actually. I think my dad might
Your
have...
dad was an elephant.
Your dad died here?
He could have, absolutely.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, I never met him, so you don't really have to worry about that.
I mean, if it means something to you, we can bury them and give him a proper funeral.
Nah, I mean, let's just keep the teeth. It's fine.
Keep them.
Love this so much.
Fucking Christ.
Again, I really didn't know him, so it's not much.
I'm so sorry.
Moonsick's going to walk out and just see this, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll come back later."
Goes back to the library.
You see them like both like mourning this pair of teeth, set of teeth.
Moonsick, assuming he hasn't been detected, just slowly goes back into the library and shuts the door without a sound. Right then.
It's an investigation check for Moonsick.
Oh, for Moonsick?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very glad it wasn't my roll.
Come on, advantage.
Oh, I forgot I had advantage on that. Hey, not 20.
That 20!
Ooh.
Let's go!
It's almost as if I forgot to put a little square covering the hidden ladder behind the. You can freely see. It's so easy for you to see the ladder that is that you have to kind of remove a couple of wooden slots to get behind. But as you kind of push through the hearth, there's a ladder leading.
Point it out, but
don't even. Yeah, he got a nat 20. Don't matter. He knew it before I even said anything.
Moonsick's going to say, "It's so easily detectable. A caveman could see it."
Oh, ouch.
Damn.
Damn.
You just ruined this whole man's career.
I love you, Emily. Don't kill me.
I'm gonna say to the rest of the
Finally.
party. I just got word from spirits that there's still a threat on this island. We should probably stay on guard. Do you think you could cast... Do you think we should probably send my familiar first? At least scout out the area we go in.
It wouldn't be a bad idea if you can see in the dark. Although, before we proceed with that, I do want to say I have an uneasy feeling about the bell tower. When I was up
Do you
on
think
the,
we should go up there too?
When I was up on the second story, before I proceeded to that office, I took a look at that door that was covered in rubble. Debris and all that, and I chose not to open it because, well, if it's barred off like that, chances are there's probably something somewhere near the bell tower or in the bell tower that they were trying to protect against.
I see.
It's possible that maybe down here there's either some kind of creature or maybe survivors. With the light, I'm hoping it's survivors.
With the augury, I'm betting it's a creature.
Well, it's one way to find out.
There's no question. There's something on the. It could possibly be that there's assailants hiding down in this little passage here.
Would we bet?
Pardon?
You know that whole... I'm not in danger, you're in danger.
What are you talking about?
The spirits. Could we be considered a threat?
Spirits themselves considered whatever's still on.
Right. Are we threatening? Are we scary?
We're very threatening.
They pose a danger to our party, is what I'm
Well,
saying.
we have two shapeshifters, a barbarian, a tiefling, and Edward.
Holy shit.
And Mujic gives a little smirk from that and a wink, saying he doesn't mean it to be harmful.
God damn! You murdered the man, and then you're like, "Yo, it wasn't meant
Just
to be
because I have
harmful."
fire resistance doesn't mean you have to burn me like.
Yo,
Yeah.
That hurt.
God
What a way to
damn,
say
man! Go for
Holy
the
shit.
throat.
Hello, everybody. My name is Frigid Hyperion, and welcome back to the Wilds of Wildemount. This will be session number 12 now, and with me, I have Lily playing Wind Chime, Quinn playing Animo, Rocky playing Edward, I'm playing Moonzik, Emily is our lovely DM, and starting off with a recap of last session is Kale playing as Brine. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Oh,
You good?
sorry, my Discord legitimately played like 16 sounds on me at the exact same time as soon as I was starting.
Perfect.
Can we re-roll that? Because my Discord on my computer finally loaded the instant that happened.
God damn it. Alright.
You approach the door. It's locked.
Moondik's
Holy shit.
going to try his thieves' tools to, pick the lock.
And you remember, you do have a thieves' tool.
Yep.
And Dex.
Yeah. Oh, cool!
You try the door.
Still an 8.
Damn it!
Still an 8.
It doesn't open.
I'm going to look over at Moonzik's attempt, and I'm going to go, wow, I knew you were trustworthy.
Thank you for that. Do you want to give it a try, Miss Brine?
Absolutely, and I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast.
Brine is great with doors.
Okay.
Well, I was going to try the
Campaign.
diplomatic solution, but
roll
that's
to
not the
hit.
question.
Yeah, I'm aiming for right above where the lock is.
Okay. Roll to hit.
She's 5 feet from the door. She gets disadvantage. No, I'm just kidding.
Also, is
I am
Moonzik
going
still-
to choose Moonzik as the target.
What? Oh my god!
Oh my god!
2 nat ones. Okay.
One in a row.
Alright.
Nope.
1 in 400.
I missed the door.
You feel like you hit the wall.
You hit
You
Moonzik!
aimed at Moonzik and you hit the wall.
I'm just lucky I rolled out of the way. I'm like over here now.
Oops.
Yeah. Woo!
Sorry, I am not very practiced with this. Can I try again?
Actually, I think I'd feel more comfortable with Animo breaking down the door, if anything.
Alrighty then. Should I just like fully go? Ooh, strong buff man, bring it down. My strength isn't even that fucking high.
You can always roll with the great sword.
With the great sword?
Yeah, you could try to
Or you
bust
could just
it
knock on the door like a normal person.
You know what? I don't know if that's like him though. Is that very him to just knock on the door?
Is it?
He's pretty
fuck
chill.
it. I want to knock on the door and see. Because it is true that as barbarians go, I am very chill.
Yep.
No.
You knock on the door.
Hello. My friends want to break in.
No.
Okay, that was alarmingly ineffective. I'm going to Eldritch Blast it again.
But you can, like, stick your hand through them. So there's clearly enough space for arrows and even spells if you wanted to cast through.
Very defensible.
For some reason, it feels like you're. I mean, are you trying to keep this place?
Not as such.
I mean, you were talking about how we had to clean downstairs. Now you're talking about, oh, very defensible. I mean, listen, I understand. We took a boat, but this feels like a little bit more cursed. No.
There is a bunch of people who have been attacked. We're going to try and help them out based off what everybody has been talking about. If we have to wait for a siege of these undead sea creatures, which, by the way, for an island that worships Prokan, undead sea creatures constantly invading. Candace us.
Animo, a word of advice to you. The only difference between this fortress and the Wave Chaser is that we spilt the blood on the Wave Chaser.
Yeah, but doesn't that give it a more homey feel?
Alright then.
Oh, that's fucking.
Oh my fucking god! I'm also going to subtract one flask of oil.
Okay. As you pray to Ioun, you feel a massive wave of nausea just swell over you, and you hear in your head loud, "Consume," before the headache fades. Excuse me. Oh, I can't get my voice out though. Consume. I can't do that low. But very deep, reverberating voice.
Consume.
Yeah. In the back of your head before the
all of those
nausea
just
passes.
made me feel uncomfortable.
I feel like that's the point.
They weren't even like deep. It was just like you guys were too close to the mic and.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
it was meant to make everybody feel uncomfortable.
I was deep and also close to the mic, though. I just have a naturally low voice. I can't help it.
Hopefully. What about you?
Why
did you make you guys' way out here?
We were hired by the something Concord to we're like bounty hunters, sort of, kind of cool, right?
With that, Morley looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He's not saying a word though, but you definitely notice he is extraordinarily uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And not too long after, you see the strands of light peek through the little boat hole as dawn finally rises.
I could not get a wink. That was scary. Did you
Fuck
manage to
that,
finish your rest?
Oh yeah, I feel great.
Oh, thank God.
Lifted a finger for like all night. Like she's
Yo,
been sleeping
she's
like a
been-
fucking baby.
She's been sleeping. She's been sleeping so good. We've been keeping
While
that
we hear
area
like
tight.
crashes and like clatters above ground and like heavy slumps of footsteps, we just hear.
Yes, all wind time snoring.
That wasn't nothing compared to the nose.
Oof.
Oh,
I doubt that it's me.
I have the head.
Okay.
I don't suppose
Somebody
we
has
can
the
have
heart too.
I have the heart. I was going to sell that along with the antlers and feathers at market.
I still want to eat the heart, just saying. I think we should sell it. I'm sure it has magical properties.
I'm gonna give Brian the weirdest look.
Well,
What? You guys have never heard of eating the heart of a magical creature for magical abilities?
Where do you get
That's
your
not how
information?
magic works.
I'm just saying, like, is it Wikipedia?
Arcana check to see if I actually have any basis on this.
no, it's
Sure, roll an Arcana check.
it's Wiki Almanac.
See, the thing is if he gets less, it actually kind of gives him more incentive to say that we should eat it.
7.
You know, you think that it would probably do something, maybe.
Maybe.
Look, I'm not sure.
You know that somebody told you to consume,
but
you don't know
but
if that
I-
has to do with anything either.
But I had something from my I had something in my head when I was praying, and it told me to consume. And the only thing I can think of that it wanted me to consume that I haven't already consumed is the heart.
The only
I
thing
think
that you
you're
haven't
thinking too much
consumed.
like a warlock. Not
That I
everyone
can
can
think
just
of.
have powers, magical abilities and powers as doing that. Okay, I think that's like a warlock.
I can
thing.
only
You're
think
quite
of
entitled
one
to it
thing that
because
I
you ate
haven't
Monster's
consumed.
I can only think of one thing that I haven't consumed that would make sense to consume.
It doesn't make sense to consume, though.
How does it not make sense to consume?
Yeah, and I mean, why would you fucking like?
It's full of magical
whatever.
energy.
You know, I feel like in this day and age, we should be respectful of what people want to do. If she wants to eat the heart, let her eat the heart. I mean,
Would I be able to roll in like an Arcana check to see like what would happen if somebody actually just ate that heart?
You could try rolling an Arcana check, sure.
13?
You know, there's a chance something might happen.
Look, we could sell it, get a little bit of gold. That is cool and all. Gold is helpful. I like gold. But we could eat the heart and play the role of wild magic and adventure. Isn't that cooler?
That kind of sounds dangerous, I'm not gonna lie.
in the name of science, Solid. I mean, oh shit, what's your name?
Edward.
What
Sorry,
is
Edward.
Edward?
Fellow.
I'm sorry, Edward. I'm so sorry.
Edward is just
so
diet
sorry.
solid.
No, it's not true. Edward is his own person.
I know. I'm
His
just.
own well thought out person.
He
Am I
is.
really?
In
He
the
is.
name of
Sorry.
discovery, I will write down everything that happens when we eat the heart, and we will find out what happens together.
Cheem gives us a heavy sign. He says, "If you really want to find out what happens when somebody eats that heart that badly, I'll eat it when I come back, and you can document everything."
Can we eat it together? I
I
want to be able to document my own feelings as well.
I feel like that doesn't necessarily work in what you're in what you're proposing.
Good.
Can I roll Arcana?
Yeah, roll Arcana.
No one knows what will happen.
There's the title for this part. Can I roll an Arcana check? Yes!
It's so
Mine's the highest!
You think something might happen? It is magical after all.
Oh my god!
I think I was rolling more for like, would something happen if 2 people ate the heart?
You think something might happen?
You really don't know.
Son of a bitch! Oh my god!
All right. How about this? You guys can prepare it for today's dinner if you want to. I know you had a lot of fun cooking up steaks and whatnot yesterday. We could probably make the heart into a hearty stew or something. I'm not really quite sure.
But
What if that cooks out the magic?
I was
Shouldn't
going
we
to-
eat it raw?
I was going to propose the same thing.
Well, if we put in the right, like herbs and spices, it could bring the magic more out.
But still it is raw.
Roll an
With herbs and
I know.
Oh, this is stupid. I love it. 9.
Zero!
You think that it might have an effect?
Oh, fuck it.
Oh, he's going to? Okay.
The barbarian walks up
The
and is
barbarian.
like,
He's
my
gonna give a
friends
nat
are all
20.
nuts.
I just want to know.
I mean,
What the fuck is that?
clearly, everybody else seems to think something might happen. Why couldn't it?
All right, I'ma fucking cook it up, yo.
No, eat it raw.
Sounds like a good idea. Eating it raw. To you in particular, Quinn.
Oh my god, that is more life than Arcana. All right, let's be honest. What can I roll something else so that I don't eat it raw?
There's one. That's
And
not
it could be a
it.
cute one that looks like you'd take it on a pond with swans.
One of
It's a
those
big
like
swan.
those pedal boats.
Oh my god. Is this a
Um,
date?
10 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 2 feet deep.
Can it be bright pink?
Okay.
Yeah.
Big swan.
And like, if we can add extra flair, make it to wind chime specifications for decoration.
I'm gonna say as much like I would. You said, what'd you say again?
The 10 by
A
4 by
bright-
2.
No, I'm talking to Lily.
Bright pink. It looks like a swan. Like it has the head in the front, and like it has those petals. Yeah.
If I will straight up tell you this right now, if you decide that this is what you want this boat to look like, it's going to always look like that. It will not change.
Is it a response that I stutter?
You know what you could do is in the recap of the next episode, you decide to do the recap and then change everything about what you're saying. You asked me to do the recap, so your fault.
You're actively changing things. Yep.
I mean, we could also make it like resemble the Going Merry from One Piece, and that includes.
I want a decision to be made right now.
I'll go with.
What are we doing?
I'll go with Lily's idea.
Yeah.
Swan.
Okay, so you make a little paddle boat in the shape of a swan, bright pink. for the three of you to make your way back the 3 miles to
Work those
I'm so
legs.
happy that I gave you guys such a powerful item. You chose to nerf it. Like, I'm so happy.
Yes.
You guys paddle your way within about an hour back to the island.
I like
You
to
guys,
imagine...
as you're paddling, going about.
Sorry.
What were you saying?
I was gonna say that, like, I can imagine Borth being up in the crow's nest, looking out at us, like, making sure we're okay, being like,
yeah.
What the fuck?
You see like a pink thing in the distance.
You guys are like, what is that? Oh.
It's not as bad as he's
Looking up
making it out to
pictures
be,
of that,
but it's pretty bad.
looking up pictures of that of Bourguignon, it was a mistake. I'm hungry
Are you
now.
hungry now?
I am fucking hungry now.
Well, you get to eat a fantasy version of it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
My fantasy person gets to eat a fantasy version of
Holy
it.
shit, Julia Child did a recipe for it? Fuck yes.
Anyway.
Oh my god, by that logic, I just fucked Emma Watson.
Okay.
It's gonna go in the reel, because that's fucking...
Okay.
God damn it, Quinn!
Oh no.
Oh, that was so good.
Oh my god!
That was so funny.
What isn't going in the gag
That came
reel
out of
for
fucking
this
nowhere.
from this fucking session?
This episode is the entire gag reel.
Okay, alrighty. You guys get back, sit down. Where are you guys
Somebody put in the
having?
shoutouts.
You guys having it?
Right here
the
in the
kitchen?
dining room.
Well, the dining room is technically over here.
Right here. This is the dining room right now. I know
right
it's
now,
the
because the
kitchen.
table is.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we have a table.
You all go sit down and enjoy your bowls of food.
Fucking damn it!
What are you
I'm
laughing
so
at
sorry.
now?
Me and
moving
Cam
the focus
shared
on
the
each
exact same two brain cells about where our characters could go. And we repeated moves 3 times and got a drawing test.
Amazing.
All right. You have a delicious meal of heart heart stew.
Bourguignon.
Party soup.
Bourguignon, right? Some hearty stew.
So English.
Good soup.
Yes,
Good
you have
soup.
you have some good soup. None of you guys notice any immediate magical effects or anything. I presume Edward Stew. I presume Edward and Brian, you guys had tasted it before serving it.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course. No self-respecting chef.
Roll
wouldn't-
me
Constitution.
100.
Ooh.
Oh, D1.
Oh.
D100.
God damn it.
Bro,
We
these
just done a
things are just
fireball ourselves.
psychedelics for real.
Oh no.
35 and 37.
You
Okay,
meet
roll
God and then think you are God.
Fireball goes off in your position.
Oh no.
Good thing I.
You
fired.
understand that there are
35,
more
37.
dimensions beyond beyond 3D.
A fireball
Rocky.
is faster than. Oh no.
Rocky, you can no longer speak, but must sing whenever you say for the next 1d6 hours. So roll me 1d6.
No. It's the heart of chaotic magic.
What is this? The heart of chaotic magic. You turn into a duck.
No!
Roll 1d6 for me, Rocky.
Oh,
The fucking chaos dish, bro.
For the next 5 hours.
Yes!
Okay, and then that was 37.
Baby. That's what it's all about. You guys got remarkably close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, right?
This is... You... I don't know how to help you with this.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Don't.
So, you can only speak beast speech for the next minute.
Oh!
It's only for the next minute.
Ape
It's only for the next minute.
Beast speech.
No. Beast. As in...
So would I understand him?
So basically, you've turned me into
So right after telling everybody about this really
Actually,
intricate and
as
delicious
it's happening. As it's happening.
dish, as it's happening, I agree. As it's happening,
It's called the beef.
It's a dish made with
After
What the
just
fuck
a
are you on
second,
about?
suddenly, Edward, what do you say in response?
He's just a fool. He is talking like a mule.
Oh.
Yes.
What?
Okay. Okay.
Brian is laughing uproariously. She sounds like a donkey.
Alrighty. Alright.
This too.
The other three of you, please. Roll your D100s.
Cheem just says, "Oh no, have we made a mistake?"
40.
Cameron, 16.
That is absurdly close. We have
It
rolled
is.
within.
Okay, so for 16 for
Actually, if we're on the island, I'm gonna say that Moonzik is Moonzik and not Cheem.
It is actually
Moonzik.
insanely unlucky that all of these except one were under 50.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah,
feel
I
good
don't know
about
whether
this.
that's unlucky or not. The random effects.
yeah.
So Moonzik, your eyes begin to change color with your mood. If they become red if you're angry, blue if you're sad, green if you're happy, otherwise orange, whatever you want them to be based on your mood.
I can tell
This
what
effect
needs you
lasts
have.
for
You have
1 hour.
fucking Sims eyes, bro. I look into
Oh
your
my
eyes
God.
and can tell. Okay, this dude's uncomfortable. It's yellow. He needs to go to the bathroom. I just know.
Yes, so for the next 1 hour, let's see, Anemo, you're 40. The tip of your nose glows bright red for an hour.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna start
Holy
singing.
shit, this clashes with my skin.
And a very shiny.
Oh, motherfucker. Is that what happened? You see him, like, crossing his eyes, looking at his nose, super red. Like,
Um,
You even see it.
Lily,
Brian is
Lily,
going to
I-
attempt to join in.
can we give... Oh my god!
Okay. What the fuck? Lily,
Oh my
with
God.
for 58, for the next 2d12 hours, your hair changes a random color every hour.
Oh my
Starting
god!
by changing at the beginning of this effect. So roll me
Yes.
2d12, please.
It's gonna be a full 24 hours. Oh.
No.
Holy shit!
13! Oh my
13.
god!
The next 13 hours.
What?
Wow. Okay, hold on.
Failure and a crit! Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Yes!
These
I
fucking
screenshot
guys.
it! I officially
Screenshot it.
think that eating the heart is canonically the best decision. I know it doesn't give us any material gain, and like gold would have been material gain,
But it
but this is much better.
it lowers our stress.
13 hours.
It lowers our stress and heightens morale.
Exactly. Plus, the food is delicious.
Plus, the
Alright,
food is
what
delicious.
color is your hair, Windchime?
Oh, I'm spinning it on the wheel right now. Ready?
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, that's fun.
Spin. It's teal.
Ooh.
Yeah, oh,
Teal.
Holy shit, Windchime.
Teal and
I've got a red nose, but you've got some sick-ass hair. Good for you.
You all seem to have pretty cool, interesting things going on with you. I don't know what's going on with me.
Maybe we can start hunting them.
To how he feels.
We could make...
What color are your eyes?
I'm gonna say
What color are your eyes, Minzik?
I'm gonna say like confused is closer to a navy blue for some reason.
Navy blue.
Holy shit.
teal.
I wanna
Wait, is it
look
teal?
closely in Moonzik's eyes, and I wanna seduce him.
Roll for
Okay.
performance.
Go ahead.
What is that?
Performance?
With disadvantage because of your
Performance
or
glowing
persuasion?
red nose.
Why is it... Oh, true.
Oh, yeah. You can do persuasion if you would like.
With disadvantage?
I'll-
Or, well, the question is, does Moonzik want it or not?
It's unsolicited, but
it's
it's consensual.
unsolicited, so
It's
he doesn't
unsolicited,
fucking know.
but is it consensual?
Roll to find
He
out.
doesn't know. Is it disadvantage still?
I'm gonna say
Bright
roll
red nose.
disadvantage because the bright
Do you
red
think
nose.
that the red nose would make a difference?
Yeah, I do.
To use,
I do
specifically.
think so.
Okay.
So, okay.
Disadvantage.
What is it? Disadvantage? Just straight up charisma, or where is it?
Performance.
No, you're doing persuasion.
Was it
Persuasion.
Persuasion
Dude, I
or
have
performance,
a
either or.
0 modifier. With disadvantage, this is gonna go terribly. Yeah, 5.
Oh, so
The other one was
close,
an
too.
18.
Oh.
You motherfucker.
Moonzik
So
just
he
got
like
so-
comes up to you, like licks his lips, or like.
No, it's better if it's like a bite, like a fuck boy, like a super fuckboy bite.
Showing off his canines.
Fucking squinting his eyes as if he thinks it looks cool.
Oh, like he's like constipated. Oh.
Seeing this, Brian is going to attempt to console him.
In beast speech. The minute's probably over.
By the way, I was about to say, she's gonna start cawing, and then mid caw, she's gonna say, "You guys have no idea what." Oh, I can talk again.
Moonzik is just gonna like start laughing, and that's gonna make like I'm gonna say pink for like jolly or laughing or something like that. Like
bright yellow.
Holy shit, Captain! Your eyes are turning.
No,
all
you
sorts
get
of
bright golden yellow mark, and your hair starts glowing yellow in your...
God, no.
That's true.
I want that.
I'm gonna go.
No, I'm
This is a lot of fun, and the stew is delicious, and I'm gonna take another bite.
I'm going to immediately rule that having
This is
to go,
actually after you guys all eat.
I'm going to immediately rule that having to go to the bathroom is yellow for my eyes. That's
It's yellow's embarrassed or really needing.
to go
Yellow's
to the
embarrassed,
bathroom.
or I think it's also like when one of your needs is low, like really fucking hungry. So yours can just be going for it. Yours can just be going to the bathroom. That's totally alright.
I absolutely love this. We should do this again. We should go hunt for more Perrytons and see what the effects they give us.
No. Listen to me, bro. Fucking red nose. I can't. I'm sorry. He just has blue skin. It works so badly. No, Brian. If we manage to hunt these things and we can really get like a stable stream of these going, like I know there's a lot of people that would like these effects.
But then we'd have to sell these hearts.
Yeah, yes, we become the ship that sells the hearts.
Wait, could we have like a traveling cook show for Pennington hearts?
Yes.
Come see what random
Perfect.
magical effects reach you at the wave chaser.
It's a traveling tavern.
Fucking, what's the name of the ship?
Wave chaser.
No. Cal, you know what I'm talking about. The,
Oh, you
fucking
mean from One Piece?
Sanji, yeah.
Yeah, I don't fucking remember.
God damn it, I have to look this up.